is consider the impact you want to have in the coming year and the legacy you want to leave. Thank you.
Last call for gallery input. Any
Is
gallery?
consider the impact you
Oh,
want to have
sorry.
in the coming year and the legacy you want to leave. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
Any other gallery input? Seeing none, we'll actually move into executive reports.
You can go first. Okay, so that way. You go first. I have like a full prize. So quick, yeah. Okay, I'll be quick. If you don't know me, my name is Georgia White. I serve as this year's Director of Basic Needs, and I served as last year's Director of Health and Wellness. I'll be graduating this semester, so if you're new, I'm so excited you're here, and I'm so sad that we won't get to know each other, but I'm really excited for what this space is going to be, and I think that you all are in really good hands. This space, the Senate chambers, just hold so much power, and there's so much passion in this space, and so I want you all to know that you're going to do great things. My quick announcement is, as a last parting gift, I have some basic needs stickers for you all. Last year we did 2 sets of stickers. It's kind of like a tradition that our department has done, and so Lauren's helping to pass those around. Take as many as you want. We have a ton. I'll also put some in the lobby of ASCSU so you can grab them, but a good way to show your support for basic needs at CSU, to start conversations. We know that most of our education around our resources comes from peer-to-peer education. So tell folks about the resources that you use, especially about the pantry. And that's all I have for you. Thank you so much. If you need anything from me, like in these last few weeks, please don't hesitate to reach out. And I appreciate you all very, very much. Thank you. Cindy Enriquez, our amazing director of marketing, designed those stickers. So if you get a chance, please thank her and give her flowers because she did a really good job. So.
Hello, everyone. I'm the outgoing ASCSU president. Just wanted to update on 2 really important things that have been worked on over the course of the semester. The first being, I was at the Board of Governors meeting last week, and so I didn't have the opportunity to be here, but we voted on the budget for each individual campus, CSU Pueblo, CSU, CSU Global, and it is much in line with what we proposed through resolutions passed through this body, through what LSAB had recommended. And so the tuition increase that had started at the beginning of the legislative session to be maybe a 6% tuition increase, 7% tuition increase to keep the university afloat, those numbers were dropped down. So if you're an in-state student and pay in-state tuition, your tuition is going up by 3.5%. That's the cap that the state legislature set. And if you're an out-of-state student, your tuition will be going up by 4%, which is what LSAB had recommended, which is what this body had passed through a resolution. Secondly, this is a really fun event that the Department of Traditions has been working on. It's part of the commencement series of events, but it's called Tour de CSU. It's kind of a play on Tour de Fat that we do in the city of Fort Collins. It'll be on the Oval, kind of Isotope Drive right out here. That's where it'll line up, go around the Oval, go through many really important recognizable places on campus to serve as kind of a final bike ride as a platinum rated bike university. That ride will be led by our president, Amy Parsons, and we'll have the mayor there, a lot of folks there. Spin has been a great partner in this. If you don't have a bike, there will be one provided, as well as some more accessible bikes that Spin offers that you don't really see around campus a whole lot. This event isn't just limited to bikes, anything with wheels. So if you got rollerblades and you want to show out for this final ride, you can do that. Skateboards, scooters, anything has an electronic motor is also welcome, with the understood rule that you go with the flow of the rest of the bike traffic. It's not a race. There's an opportunity at the end of that bike ride if you're leaving, if you're a graduating senior, or if for whatever reason you don't want your bike anymore, you can donate that bike, and that bike will go to incoming freshmen next year. And so it's a really great opportunity to give back to the university, and really support our efforts to be sustainable. Lastly, I'll leave you with just so proud of everyone that's here. I used to serve as Speaker of the Senate. There are sometimes some really tough moments in this chamber, but this chamber has been around since the 1950s. And so whenever you feel as though the folks that you're doing discussion debate with just aren't getting it, other branches aren't getting it, moments that are really, really frustrating, you have big personalities that clash when you bring this many people together. Recognize that this institution is strong, it has survived for a long time, and it will continue to survive. How we approach those disagreements is up to all of us. And so, really proud of you. Thank you for being here and stepping up to serve campus, and so excited to see what all of you do. Thank you.
Do you mind if I use the mic?
Go ahead.
Okay.
That way you can move around, take a look at it.
Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. If we have not met yet, my name is Ava Wilkins, and I currently serve as the Director of Gov Affairs over in Exec. Very briefly, last week I tried to give a rundown of the bills we were working, and I was like, I need a visual aid. This is too much to say. So, our contract lobbyist presented LSAB last week with this kind of comprehensive end of session report. I'm not going to go through the whole thing because it is pretty lengthy, but I will read each slide in full that we pulled up. But yeah, so associates in CSU. Okay, keep going. Okay, wait, sorry, they did actually add effects, so we're gonna have to hit it a couple times here. Okay, all right, so the 2025 Colorado General Assembly convened on January 8th, and it adjourned today. On May 7th was the last day of session. Any bills not passed today are dead. The Democrats held majorities in both chambers with 23 members in the Senate and 12 Republicans, and 43 Democrats in the House and 22 Republicans. Governor Polis also being a Democrat, so we have the Democratic trifecta. There were 23 new members in the House and 12 in the Senate, and 8 senators are former members of the House. Think one more time. Okay, yes. And I will say about this really quickly, we did lose a couple seats, so we no longer have a supermajority. Republicans were able to gain 3 seats last election. But a total of 656 bills have been introduced as of last Friday, so more bills have been signed, but 224 bills have been signed into law. Cool. Okay, there's no money. So because of Tabor this year, the JBC basically told everybody in the legislative session, if you introduce a bill with a fiscal note or it's going to cost money, it's not getting anywhere. So a lot of the bills that we saw this year were more task force or programs, or kind of going into this year, the state has been really directing a lot of things to local governments because they don't have the funding to provide it. So they're asking they're asking local governments to do it. And then because of the 2024 election and a lot of federal action, the legislature has been passing a lot of bills trying to protect certain groups. So we've seen a record number of bills protecting the LGBTQ plus community. We've seen huge comprehensive immigrant protection bills go through. So there's been a lot of different bills. And interestingly, they also passed a bill that directed money to allow Colorado to sue the federal government. So they fully made money for that. Cool. I think there's 4 here. Okay, biggest hot topics: housing per usual, transportation transit, construction defects. This is an affordable housing problem that they were making the houses really cheaply, and then residents were being injured. So this created a lot of different bill language to help kind of aid that process. There's also a record number of gun bills passed this year. Okay, go ahead. And we're gonna keep going.
You do have to read
Oh.
it. I'm sorry.
Do I have to read all of them? Oh god. Okay, hold on, let me go speed round. Okay, 2025 overview. The winners that we had this year, like I said, messaging bills, so just kind of general task force bills. Higher education did get an increase whenever almost every other department got a decrease. Elections, there were a lot of bills about strictly prohibiting and making intimidation in elections a federal crime. It's interesting. Like I said, construction defects, losers, local governments got a lot more kind of regulations, powers. State agencies lost a lot of their funding. CORA, this is the Colorado Open Records Act. This bill was actually vetoed by the governor, and they did not have enough votes to override it. So it stayed vetoed. And construction defects also on the losers because there were 3 different bills brought up and they kind of ended up like in a wash. Like some bills were really good for consumers and some bills were really good for developers, and so we kind of went even, unfortunately. Okay, picture. And then I think there's like 4 or 5 buttons here. Do you want me to read through all of this?
It's what our Constitution says. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to go back?
Well, sorry.
No, you're good. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was going to through each slide. Okay. So, workers' rights were another big issue. So, we have House Bill 25-1001, Enforcement Wage Hour Laws. This one modified wage and hour laws and how they were enforced with the goal of preventing wage theft. Then we had House Bill 25-1300, Workers' Compensation Benefits, Proof of Entitlement. It changes the choice of physician to the employee and shifts the burden of proof to the employer. This one was interesting. It was kind of like considered like doctor shopping, but right now, if you were to file for workers' comp, your employers would give you a list of 3 to 4 doctors. This would allow you to choose completely your own doctor. And this was heavily fought against with the self-insurers. They were very mad about this bill. It just narrowly passed. And then we have Senate Bill 25005, Worker Protection. It eliminated the requirement of a second election in order for employees to unionize. Really, this bill is just trying to streamline the process of unionization. Ooh, okay. All right, voting in elections. The first one, well, actually, the first 2 are kind of in a similar vein. House Bill 25-1315, vacancies in the General Assembly. This created a vacancy election that is held in a district's odd year. November election. Wait, hold on. It held in a district's odd year. November election when a vacancy occurs in the General Assembly. The county commissioners, exact same thing. House Bill 25-1327 modified statewide ballot measures. It tried to streamline the process for citizen-initiated ballot measures and legislatively referred ballot measures, including transparency and signature gathering and fiscal summaries. And then perhaps most notably is Senate Bill 25001, the Colorado Voting Rights Act. This created the Colorado Voting Rights Act, which is heavily modeled after the Federal Voting Rights Act, and it tried to codify a lot of voting access for all groups. Once again, this was kind of a bill that we saw after the 2024 election, kind of in response to that. Okay, House Bill 25-1303, funding for motor vehicle collision prevention. This was actually run by our Representative Basenecker, who's the Fort Collins rep. It creates a crash prevention enterprise to fund transportation infrastructure and improvements to reduce crashes between cars and vulnerable road users. This bill was killed, so she's dead. Senate Bill 2530, increasing transportation mode choice. This requires CDOT and MPOs to improve transportation options by increasing mode choice. This was a huge governor priority. He's really concerned about basically having a lot of accessible transportation and trying to make this kind of 15-minute city idea where you can walk and bike instead of driving everywhere. And then transit reform, Senate Bill 25, updates RDT operations and created the RTD Accountability Committee. Okay, maybe one of the more fun things, Senate Bill 25003, semi-automatic firearms and rapid-fire devices. This tried to prohibit the sale of certain semi-automatic firearms unless certain conditions are met, including taking gun safety. Interestingly, this bill is being brought to the federal Attorney General I think that's the right term. They're trying to sue basically and say that this is unconstitutional, that it passed. It was heavily watered down. Originally, it fully prohibited semi-automatic weapons, like completely in the state of Colorado. And now you just have to take a firearm safety course. So yeah. Couple more. There were just a bunch. Requirements for sale of firearms ammunition, gun show requirements, supports for state response to mass shootings, and firearm serial number check request procedure. They all were kind of all around the same thing. Okay. We're almost done with this part. I'm so sorry, guys. Big issues here for federal action and reaction. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is House Bill 25-1321, supporting against adverse federal action, appropriated $4 million from the Infrastructure Investment and Job Act to the governor's office to provide funding for the state's response. And then this is the one that ASCSU LSAB took a support position on. Senate Bill 25-276 protects civil rights immigration status, modified state immigration laws, and created guardrails concerning data privacy, information sharing, and safe havens across the state. Okay, stick with me here. The ASCSU positions that we took for House Bill 25-1038 post-secondary credit transfer. This requires CDHE to create a website that provides current and prospective post-secondary students with information about which credits are transferable to or between state institutions. This bill just passed today. We got support, and the vote was 55-8. So she sailed right through there. And then academic adjustments, talked about this one before, streamlined the process, and it passed, and it was signed by the governor. Okay, another kind of like easy bill, 1131, eliminating the student cap. For some reason, there was a cap on how many CSU students could enroll in our veterinarian program. That has been just completely eliminated by our two representatives from Fort Collins. It passed unanimously. The governor signed it. And then this is the stair bill, House Bill 25-1273, residential building stairs. Requires municipalities to adopt building codes to allow apartment buildings up to 5 stories to only have one single staircase. And it just passed. It was a big fight back and forth. The House actually rejected some of the amendments, so they had to go back to a committee and fight it out. And they went back to the original draft of the bill and then repassed it. So no amendments. Oh, okay. Last slide of this. It wasn't on your weekly email, so I have to read it in full in case you're like, why is this girl going so long on each slide? This is why. So, House Bill 25-1090, protections against deceptive pricing practices, required sellers to clearly disclose the total price of goods and services, and restricted what fees landlords may charge. This is the one I've really been yapping about, and the governor signed it. And then, like I just said, Senate Bill 25-276, we took a support position, and it passed. So we're good. Okay, so in LSAB, which is our Legislative Strategic Advisory Board this year, we took 7 official positions. We took 4 support positions and 3 monitors. So there was nothing we were opposing this year, which is a little bit unusual. We typically oppose at least 1 bill, but we just supported them this year, which was really fun. We have a 100% success rate. Yay! If we supported it, it was passed and signed, which was exciting. Also, all of our members voted with our position, which is also pretty crazy. But it was helpful. Obviously, our lobbyists have built really close connections with all of them. I was up there lobbying. Nick was up there. Braxton, Georgia. We got the whole team up there meeting with them and telling them about our positions on each bill. And every time they voted with us. So shout out. Oh, this is actually really fun. Okay, wait, this is what I'm most excited about. So we will get like an official proposal prepared, but next year our contract lobbyists would like to work with us to have a student representative, at least 3 actually, let me read it first. I'm getting ahead of myself. The Colorado Commission of Higher Ed only has 1 student advisor. This means the student voice on the commission is very limited. They're not even a voting member. So they're just on an advisory board. CCHE provides support and guidance on higher education policy and funding. So we are contemplating pursuing legislation to add 2 to 3 more seats, 1 from a 4-year institution, so CSU, 1 from a community or technical college, and 1 from a research institution. And they would hopefully be voting members. So this is kind of something we'll negotiate. We'll figure out what it will look like. Unfortunately, I'm a senior, so I'm going to be passing this on to the next director and our contract lobbyist. We'll keep working with this idea and we'll kind of see. And this will be a big topic of discussion in LSAT next year. Okay, we're good. We're done.
Okay.
Whew! All right. Does anybody have any questions? I know that was like a lot of information, but basically we're doing a lot, and a lot of bills were successfully passed this year, which is really exciting, and we're really excited for the idea next year. If you have any comments about what you would like to see with student members being on the board, I would love to chat. I would love to be able to pass that along to our lobbyist, and then we'll work that all in with our like official proposal. Any questions? Okay, yay. Thank you so much, guys.
Well, good evening, everybody. For those who are new in the room, congratulations on being sworn in as new senators. My name is Braxton Dietz. I'm the outgoing student body vice president. I really have nothing of substance to report on today, but just kind of a brief piece of advice that I'd like to leave you on, as today is my last executive address to this body. The biggest piece of advice I can leave to this body is that the position descriptions that you all are given as senators, as associate senators, as chairs, are not position descriptions that you should limit yourselves by, but instead launching points. When I sat in your seats 3 years ago, I guess, that's where I started here in ASCSU. I saw a need on our campus for a transportation service for permanently and temporarily disabled students. And so I ran with that idea and created a program that many of you may see today, the bright green van driving around on campus and disrupting your commute around campus. And so I would encourage you to talk to your constituents, be in your communities, and if you see a need on your campus, address that need. And you have real power in this organization as this body to take those ideas and take those visions and make them a reality. So I would encourage you to run with the positions that you have, make the most of the positions that you have. And with that, I will yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we'll move into judicial reports.
Hey team, my name is Morgan Wright. I am the Chief Justice until the 31st, and then we'll have the amazing Melanie. But I just really quickly want to get up here and say how successful Rams Know Their Rights was. Really spearheaded also by Melanie. I think that it went incredibly well. We got a lot of information out there. We had some pretty awesome guest speakers, and I'm sure on Friday we're going to get some stickers to you. So we're going to copy Georgia here, and I'm really excited about those. So yeah, just if we could give a round of applause actually to Melanie. We did an incredible job on this project, and I'm sure it's just going to absolutely kill it again next year. So I will not take up more of your time because I know we have things to do. But really quickly, I wanted to say that if anybody has anything they'd like to come talk to me about regarding judicial this year, please do. Good or bad, anything. I'd love to hear it. Y'all know when my office hours are. I'm constantly in the office, and I will be there for the rest of the week, and probably a little bit next week, not as much though. So I am an outgoing senior, and there's a lot going on, but I would love to chat with you all as much as I can. I just also really quickly want to say thank you to you all. I know I gave a little spiel last week, but I feel like I've learned so much from the Senate. Not just as a senator, but as an elections committee member, as an associate justice, and especially as chief justice. I think you all have power that I know we keep saying that, but like I really want everybody to fully understand how much influence you all have on this campus and what good work you do and how impactful it is. And I really just want to say thank you to all of you for everything you've done for me as well in my professional development. And I cannot wait to see where things go. And if you see my little name pop up in the Zoom or in the YouTube, I would love to see some Senate sessions next fall. So just thank you so much for everything, and thank you. Go Rams.
Senator Luna, did you have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to motion for a singular legislative report not to extend past 5 minutes. Sorry, not timer.
Do you have anything? No, you're good. Does everyone get a thumbs up, thumbs up? Awesome. So with that, do I hear a second to that?
Second.
Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, that's what we'll do. Thank you, Jealousy. Moving into legislative reports, as the only officer, hi, to anyone I haven't met yet, my name is Brooklyn Reese. If you don't have my phone number, my email, or anything like that, please see me after Senate so I can give you all that contact information so that you have it over the summer. Moreover, Friday, we're gonna have an emergency session here, 6:30.
It's in person.
Yes, it's in person. Yeah. If you have any questions, try to identify someone who looks like they've been in the space for a while. I'm sure they will be happy to answer the question that you have. But other than that, that's pretty much all I have. Moving into senator and associate senator
Hold on, I
reports.
just need to know something kind of important. Are you parliamentarian or senator? It's parliament. It's related to what happened earlier. I just the YouTube got
Madeline has it.
As doing the parliamentarian job right now, I just want to let you know that we didn't start our YouTube stream on time. And once I have the meeting notes, I'll add those to our description so that that context is not missing. But I just wanted to be transparent that that's what happened earlier. That's all.
Awesome. Moving into senator and associate senator reports by First Race Blackbeard. Senator Diggs.
Hello. This week is Black Healing Week. It's actually about to end. They're hosting an event tonight, and there's also going to be an event tomorrow at Rollerland. I believe there's going to be skate night, so check it out if you can. I yield.
Awesome. Senator Frisky.
Hello. The Safe Center. Where it says. Okay, sorry. There usually it's different the other way around. Senator, never mind. Okay, ignore me. The Safe Center, if you identify as a survivor, please come pick up a moth pin at the Safe Center. We still have some available. Just ask whoever's at the front desk. No questions asked. You can get it for graduating. That's it. I yield my time.
Did you raise your hand first?
Yes, because Olivia reminded me of something. Pride still has lavender courts. Make sure to just go up to the front desk and ask, and also send an email in advance would be good. All right, bye. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Really quick, just to remind everyone, the Canvas Stadium PBR is going to be happening July 21st and the 22nd. So if you have questions about that, find me and we can talk about it. I yield.
Awesome, thank you. Any other reports? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into our committee and caucus reports. Former Chair Frisky.
Yeah. Sorry. I was getting confused because usually we have senator and associate reports after committee and caucus reports. That's what my freak out there was. I apologize. So caucus, Women and Social Justice Caucus, we are still making the reproductive care kits. We don't have everything in yet, unfortunately. I'm hoping, please, by tomorrow they'll all come in. So we'll probably make them tomorrow, / we will distribute them Friday. Hopefully we don't have to go into finals week. I'm gonna see if we can post something soon to our Instagram and also see if we can get on the ASCSU one. So please just spread that information to out-of-state students to come pick up a reproductive care kit. I yield my time.
Thank you. I'm assuming no others because they don't exist yet. Moving into the election of legislative cabinets. That's the agenda, right?
We'll start the
Yeah.
clock.
Moving into confidence business, starting with Speaker Pro Tempore. If anyone wishes to nominate a candidate, Senator Pickerel.
I'd like to nominate Associate Senator Ellie Lutz.
Do you accept this nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Tough race. Okay. With that, at least as soon as you get here, you have 10 minutes to present.
The Speaker Pro Tempore of our Senate is meant to serve as a check on the Speaker and to ensure that Senate members of the space are brought to the table, an advocate and a helping hand to people. The Speaker Pro Tempore is a unique position within ASCSU. It is the only branch leadership position that the legislative branch appoints directly. There's a special relationship set to be made between the Speaker Pro Tem and the rest of the Senate that does not exist anywhere else in the space. I've had a history of building protections within this space to keep senators and associate senators in their seats. I also have a iffy history of trying to expand seats within the space. I've been in this ASCSU since the 52nd Senate. That was the first semester of my freshman year. I originally joined as an associate senator for the Pride Resource Center. My first official ASCSU meeting was with former chair Nora Oslan regarding Bill 5203, funding of the House of Ovis drag performance. It was not a fun meeting. My first endorsement of a piece of legislation was Bill 5206, the B bill. That was a cool bill. I switched later that semester to become a senator for the Warner College of Natural Resources, which had no representatives at that time and had no representatives for some time. I also then served as the vice chair of the Internal Affairs Committee. I switched just in time for my first vote as a senator to be in favor of Bill 5209, changing Diversity and Inclusion Caucus to Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Affairs Committee. During the 53rd Senate, I switched from being a senator to an associate senator for Warner. I also served as the vice chair of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Affairs Committee under former chair Enoch Medonti. I continued my position as an associate senator for the Warner College of Natural Resources and became the chair of the Internal Affairs Committee in the 54th Senate. Briefly, I'd like to talk about one of my favorite topics, me. I am fascinated by conflict and collaboration in respect to the environment and natural resources. This is what I want to study in grad school. I've done research on how to rethink conservation, how do we change our field, do we turn a critical eye upon ourselves. I'm really interested in the intersection between the social science and natural resources. I've worked to build up Warner College Council. As outreach officer, not to pat myself on the back, but I doubled the size of active membership within Warner College Council. I also worked to build more institutional foundations relationships within Warner College Council, or within Warner College to help College Council. I've also worked as the lead intern in the Warner College Office of Diversity and Inclusion, allowing me to witness the effectiveness, usefulness, and the necessity of these efforts firsthand. Throughout my time in ASCSU, I've seen a great shift in the culture of the space and the type of advocacy being used. In the position of Speaker Pro Tempore, I will continue making the structural changes ASCSU so desperately needs. Continue my efforts to strengthen and build up college councils, while also continuing my efforts with CRCs and other seats. And finally, expanding our outreach initiatives. Firstly, I will continue making the structural changes ASCSU so desperately needs. I want to focus specifically on expanding and maintaining representation. In the past, I introduced and passed legislation that removed a restriction on non-college council delegations that capped the number of associate senators at 2. I also introduced and passed legislation that lowered the rounding threshold for colleges to determine the number of senators they got. In the future, I will look towards where voices are lacking, where they're not being heard. I will also ensure officials are kept in their seat in these unprecedented times. I also believe in supporting the incredible work of our caucuses. In the past, in this past 54th Senate, I was able to attend 3 of the 4 caucuses regularly and helped where I could. I had conversations with caucus chairs and members to see how the support for them can increase. Some other structural issues. There's a lot of structural issues I learned as the Internal Affairs Chair. In the past, I've introduced legislation to codify subcommittees so that future chairs can have a template of how to use them. I helped author legislation that expanded the nuances within the 48-hour rule, and I had numerous conversations about many different issues in this space. I also plan on entirely rewriting Article 5 of the Constitution with the College Council Clause, and I will spend serious time with Speaker Reese, and will collaborate with a slight bit of arguing about changes. I'm also always happy to put my name on any piece of legislation. Secondly, I will continue my efforts to build and strengthen up college councils, while also continuing my relations building efforts with non-college council seats. As I've already mentioned, I helped double the size of Warner College Council, done through consistent outreach and building connections. It requires a lot of work. However, I believe I've set up my successors well within Warner College Council. I've also been a CRC and a CC rep. This allows me to have a unique perspective that at minimum, I can see some of the issues on both. I will work with our retention and recruitment officer to build up our connections and have sustained contact with each constituency. I will also aim to build contact with other bodies on campus. And getting into that specifically, there are several other forms of government at CSU aside from ASCSU, and we need to start working with them. ASCSU has almost no collaboration or contact with other governments, such as RHA and the Faculty Council. Just yesterday, I was in the Faculty Council meeting, and that went for 3 hours. It was a very long meeting, but I greatly enjoyed my time there, and they greatly enjoyed having me there. I will further efforts to build institutional connections and increase collaboration with these and other representative bodies so that you can help support each other. ASCSU is also in a really unique position. It's a representative body for every fee-paying student, undergrad or graduate. ASCSU also has a lot of power. However, I believe we are siloed off, and we need to increase our collaboration, increase working with people to support our constituencies correctly. And as I've mentioned, if you've heard me talk at all, you know I love collaboration. Many of the other bodies on CSU, or many of the other governing bodies on CSU face similar problems as we do, or they ask similar questions that we do. There's no reason why we shouldn't be talking to them. And as Speaker Pro Tempore, I will ensure that these connections and communications are being had. And this process, aside from building communications, will be mutually beneficial for a stronger community to be built. Our voices are stronger together. All that, thank you, Senate, for allowing me to yap at you guys for a few minutes. I'm deeply honored to be even just up here. I hope I've made a somewhat compelling case for you all to vote for me as Speaker Pro Tempore, and I'm happy to answer any questions any of you have.
Yeah. Thank you, Associate Senator Lutz.
Thank you.
I would like to ask you 2 very simple questions. One, how will you manage your time, as I've seen your schedule, and it is barely more colorful than a pixelated screen. How will you manage time for both your schoolwork, your personal life, as well as the various commitments that you have here on campus?
Yeah, to answer that, for the first time since my first semester at CSU, I will not be doing 18 credits. So that's an incredible achievement on my end. Thank you. I also do have other jobs, as I said. Oh, I didn't say this specifically, but I am a student ambassador within the Warner College. So, yeah, that's being interesting, figuring that out. But I have built my calendar already. I was a bit confident going into this race, and I have set aside about 10 to 15 hours a week to put into this position, depending on what my job description actually tends to be. And a lot of this also will require work outside of normal working hours. I'm sure a few of you have heard my interesting takes on working hours, but that's besides the point. Going to the faculty council meeting, the multicultural staff and faculty council, the classified professional council, the administrative professional council. I think there's one more that I'm forgetting, but going to all those meetings, going to so many more meetings will require me to work outside my hours. So I'll also be sure to be flexible and not overwork myself.
I'll be watching.
Cool.
And secondly, this is a question you should have seen coming my way.
Is it Sammy's?
Yes.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know, Senator, I was a senator in second. So how will you uphold the university standards of diversity, equity, and inclusion as you go throughout your role?
Yeah, in case no one knew, I am currently the lead intern for diversity and inclusion. I'm going to restart that. I'm the lead intern in the Office of Diversity and Inclusion within the Warner College of Natural Resources. And obviously, I'm not going to have every single answer. I'm not going to be able to. I still don't know entirely what DEI is. All I know is that it's a foundational principle of mine. My major understanding of DEI was from my boss, who has given me numerous interesting talks. Specifically, I want to mention 2 of them: road driveways and runways. We talk about going abroad to do all this charity work, to do all this work. But there are people in our own community that need the same work, and we don't have to fly 14 hours there. We need to be helping our own community. And also, that as CSU being a PWI, predominantly white institution, for people that look like me, we can go into the back center, APAC, El Central, NAC, and then we can leave if we feel uncomfortable. For students of color, you can't do that. This is a PWI. There is no escaping that. And so I'm also, I'm sure you will hold me to this, but also always willing to be called out when I do make mistakes. Does that answer your question remotely? I kind of went yapping.
You yap all the time. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Luna.
I have two questions. The first one is, well, first of all, I want to say thank you for running for the position, and then I also have two questions. The first one is, how will you strengthen pre-existing interbranch relations?
As I'm sure this is not a surprise, I think collaboration is super cool. I really like collaboration. Collaboration, big thumbs up. I think there's no reason why we shouldn't be talking to each other. And that's the first one. One of the possible first steps to collaboration is communication. And there's no reason why we shouldn't be talking to each other.
You kind of flow right into my next one. What does transparency and communication look like to you?
I'm willing to have a conversation with anyone about anything. I don't think that comes as a surprise to most of you. I like to think that I'm pretty much of an open book. I don't really think there's anything that I'm not really willing to talk about. And also, I think a big part of transparency is a willingness to listen to feedback. And if I mess up, I highly encourage all of you to blow up my phone, blow up my email. I don't want to go around without, continuously making mistakes without constant feedback.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't blow up Ellie's phone. But with that, Senator Camper.
You mentioned potentially arguing a little with the speaker. How do you feel about arguing a lot if it's necessary?
Can I add a point of information? We are really good at arguing a lot, which I think is something that should be reflected.
I think Brooke and I have been described as annoying when we're together in a room. Both of us are willing to die on hills that maybe aren't necessarily the best hills to die on. But we always come to a compromise. We always find some way to work it out. I don't think there's ever been one time where that's not how that works. I'm always willing to argue my points and then adjust if need be.
Thank you, I yield.
Thank you. Senator McLaughlin.
How do you intend to facilitate discussions with other legislative bodies at other universities throughout Colorado?
Great conversation. Great question. This is going to go outside of I'm going to expand your point a little bit, or your question. Currently, Associate Senator Pickrell and I are working with the ACLU and the Amnesty International to pass resolutions on campuses across the nation. And we are in communication with a bunch of different colleges or universities around the United States. I think at minimum, we should be reaching out, telling them, here's what we're doing, here's how you can help us, here's how we can help you. And anything along those lines, I am willing to do anything in that regard.
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Gray.
Hello. I was wondering, sorry, give me just 1 second. Oh, you mentioned being willing to put your name on any piece of legislation. I'm wondering how you would handle disagreeing with someone who's a legislation without completely shutting down different truths and identities.
It's a good question. I'm going to answer give some context to why I'm willing to put my name on any piece of legislation, because I think that if someone thinks it's a good idea, if they want it to be heard, I think it should be heard. I'm gonna take a few steps. Obviously, there are limits. I'm not going to debate human rights, anything like that. There are limits. But if there's something that I disagree with, I will sponsor it. I think, and that's up to the body to decide how we move forward with that. But I think this space, as you were getting at, is meant to be collaborative. we're meant to have difficult conversations. And maybe I don't want that, I don't agree with that conversation. I think it's a bad conversation. It's still probably a conversation we need to have. Could you repeat the second part of your question?
I think you answered it actually. I was just saying without shutting down different truths.
Yeah, I think without a hint of hesitation in my mind, I think that regardless of whether these conversations I agree with them or not, I think they have a right to be heard.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Are there any other questions for Ellie? Seeing none, ask her to take a step outside.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
They're not even outside.
They are not outside of the room yet. Restart. Flags down. 1, 2, 3, flaggers. Okay, so
Ridiculous.
Senator Pickerel, the rest of you keep your placards up if you wish to speak.
I think it's enough that I am both Ellie's #1 hater, and Ellie's #1 fan. I have seen the power that they have, that they are able to create in others. The ability to, I don't know, rile up enough people to fill a college council or fill nearly every Warner ASCSU Senator seat. They, I think, have all of the qualities of a good speaker pro tempore, and also of a good friend and a good leader. And I hope that you'll, I hope you'll vote in favor of that.
You're brand new. I don't know your name yet. Oh, the person behind you, actually. You, yes.
Okay, Senator Garnand, I guess. Point of information for the new people, can we just go through what these different positions are, please?
Most definitely. So the Speaker Pro Tempore, I'll give a brief overview before we go into the next couple positions when we go for that. But for the Speaker Pro Tempore, they're kind of tasked with two primary things. So they're meant to be the speaker's right and left-hand man, but also like the check and balance on the speaker. But additionally, they're supposed to be a resource for our senators. So they are in charge of things like onboarding, strikes, attendance, death glaring at you from the front of the room. All that fun stuff is really what encompasses the Speaker Pro Tempore's role.
Awesome, thank you, I yield.
Of course. You're next.
As Ellie mentioned, they were my lovely vice chair, so I have experience with them in a second hand / left hand / checks and balance position, and I have no doubt, no question, no qualm in my mind that they would absolutely make a great speaker pro tempore. I've been with them since the 52nd. I've seen how they are vocal and fight for what they believe in, how they are willing to write complex legislation for every single group and or person who does not have a voice on campus. I've seen how they move through this space, actively tempering some volatile thoughts and opinions. I will not specify them. But also how they've also acknowledged that there is some cases of validity in them, as well as acknowledging that there's also some biases in them. And I have no, as stated again, doubt that they do really good. And I feel like a lot of people would also say the same. But I will let them speak since I have spoken. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Dix.
Ellie is probably one of the most friendly faces in ASCSU. And as someone relatively new to the space, observing their work ethic and their passion for what they do leaves no doubt in my mind that they'd be a great speaker pro tempore. Thank you.
Fair enough, glad you're back. You're next.
I also can attest to Ellie's abilities. I think they're one of the most knowledgeable people I know in this space, and I think they do a great job. Oh, I yield.
Thank you. Senator Christie?
I love Ellie. I have known Ellie since I first got here, and a former senator, Senator Libby. I feel like I'm not saying that right, but
Levy.
yeah, Libby, maybe. They go by Wes now. I also love them very much. They told me the first time I went to Senate, they went, "Hey, I'm not going to be there, but you know who you should find? You should find this very tall person named Ellie, and they're going to be so sweet and help you." And this is true. I have the utmost confidence, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Camberg.
Okay, so I love Ellie so much. Ellie does not love me in the same way. In fact, I think Ellie in some ways despises me. But we have sparred intellectually and we have made jokes. We have worked on really contentious pieces of legislation. And Ellie has never, ever once let their personal feelings ever get in the way of the work. In fact, going above and beyond to set that aside to do the best work. So Ellie has my full support. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Hi. I'm new here. I can also attest to Ellie's ability, especially to create an inclusive environment. They are the reason that I'm here today. They encouraged me not only to join Warner College Council, but also to kind of join this space and become an associate senator. And I think they would do a very excellent job, as clearly they have done. So, so I yield.
Thank you, Senator Green.
I would also like to talk about Ellie being able to create an inclusive environment. So a couple of weeks after I first got here, for those of you who don't know, I have severe anxiety, and I get overstimulated very easily. And so Ellie was watching me violently pacing through the lobby and was like, "You need a hug. Are you a hug person?" And I said, "Yes, I am a hug person." And so they gave me a hug, and they're now my favorite person because I like hugs. And so Ellie has been stated a very friendly face and just a very inclusive person. You would think everyone who uses they them pronouns would be an inclusive person, but you'd be surprised actually. But Ellie is not like that. Ellie is like one of my favorite people, even though I'm sure they don't know my last name. But yeah, I think it would be cool if you voted for them.
Thank you. Is there anyone that I missed? Awesome. Any other points of discussion today? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and make a period of voting. Senator Camberg.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this candidate with unanimous consent.
Do I hear any dissent?
Dissent.
Hearing dissent. I've been doing this for a year. I don't know.
I think they have to be a separate ballot for it.
The initial type of voting for the ratification process / election is by secret ballot. I would entertain a different method of voting. Senator Salazar.
I would like the motion to do a voice vote or placard vote.
Which one? Okay, awesome. Do I hear any dissent to that motion?
Dissent.
Okay, hearing dissent.
Voice vote on the placard vote.
Voice vote on the placard vote. Oh my gosh, so many things. All those in favor of voting by placard, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? I believe the ayes have it, so we'll be voting by placard. All those in favor of approving this candidate, please raise your hand.
I can't spell.
Thank you. You can go ahead and put your placard down. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Awesome, you can go ahead and put those down. With a count of 33 to 0 to 3, this candidate is elected. Really big applause. She's so neat.
Oh, sorry. Nice.
Okay, please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Ellie Lutz,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
the
duties of my office
duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome. With that, we'll go ahead and move into the election of the parliamentarian. Starting with nominations. Pausing on nominations. What's your question?
No, I want to nominate.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Senator Taylor.
I nominate Giovanni Falvo.
Can I second the nomination?
Second. Awesome. Gio, do you accept this nomination?
I do.
Awesome. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, Gio, if you want to come up to the front, you have 10 minutes to present. Yes.
Fine, personal privilege. Could you describe what the parliamentarian does?
Yes, I can.
What I have the job descriptions pulled up. Do you want me to read off the general right here?
I think I'd actually like our former parliamentarian to describe her job duties.
You're so right.
Period. So be great. Madeline?
So the parliamentarian's primary job is to enforce parliamentary procedure, how we do the funny things with the various votes and all of that. We use a weird mix between like Robert's rules and some other parliamentary procedure. We kind of have our own like zombie version that ASCSU uses. So they'll be enforcing things like not just our procedure, but our go-to to know about the Constitution or the bylaws to making sure we're doing all of our procedures correctly. They manage the technology here at the front of the room. They manage every single piece of legislation and managing the systems for how it gets to each committee with its proper edits. And they serve on the legislative cabinet. Did I miss anything?
I don't believe so. Parliamentarian, Gio, take it away.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For those whom I've not had the pleasure to meet yet, I'm Giovanni Falvo. I go by Gio. And if you'd all be willing to humor me a bit, I'd like to indulge in a bit of folksiness and tell you all a story. In 1890, Thomas Brackett Reed, Speaker of the House of Representatives, sought to solve the problem of the disappearing quorum. That is to say, representatives who merely refused to show themselves as present or vote at all, to kill any quorum for a measure they found disagreeable. This was followed by a variety of beatings, bombings. It was a very contentious issue. It is. Please look it up. And as I'm sure many of you might be thinking, why was this so important? 12-year-old me certainly thought that when I first read this. And it was then that I came and I learned a very interesting lesson. The procedure matters as much as power. Not only what you do, but how you do it. How do you get from idea to completion? How many steps do you take in between? From that, I dedicated myself to a variety of public service, learning what might be considered to be the minutiae, the legalese, but especially the parliamentary procedure. I served as parliamentarian of the Horsetooth branch of the Future Farmers of America, parliamentarian of the Colorado Junior Classical League. For the past 2 years, I've been a member of the National Association of Parliamentarians. In short, I think I've trained myself at least to a point to quote my mentor and former parliamentarian of the United States Senate, Alan S. Fruman, a referee in a contentious chamber. In addition to this, I've also served as a senator this year prior, and I think this gives me somewhat of a unique perspective. It's very easy to be the bludgeon, to be the gavel hammering down, but knowing what senators go through, to know the stresses undergoing them, I understand what people might be missing. They might not quite understand why something is done, which I think is truly an important aspect. The accessibility of such a seeming monolith. Once again, the minutia, the bylaws, the procedure, all the stuff that, due to our explosion of new people, this institutional knowledge may be a bit lost. And I'm here to, at least, hopefully, help in that. I seek to serve not as a guide, not a gatekeeper. This info needs to be accessible for senators to properly do their job. And that is what I intend to do. Parliamentary trainings, to at least try to institute a bill tracker for the benefit of not only our senators, but for everyone serving to patronize ASCSU. In short, I seek to communicate across all branches, across all student bodies, across the entire student population that Senate is and shall be a lean and efficient body to enforce student wishes, to voice student concerns, to keep student rights right. I will now open the floor to questions, if I may be so bold.
Thank you for that folksy tale. First off, I'm gonna do this one straight out of the bat so we get it out of the way. How are you committed to the university's principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how that will impact your job?
Excellent. Thank you. Now, as I'm sure you guys haven't noticed, I'm white. And if you guys also haven't noticed from the suit jacket and the lapel pins, my main concerns right now are academic, not financial. And as such, I acknowledge a bias in myself. I acknowledge that there are blind spots in my vision. Also, the glasses kind of also show us. But nevertheless, my mission to make parliamentary procedure, to make these bylaws, to make, once again, these monoliths accessible, I'm aware I could fail in some areas. And for that, I intend to foster an environment of rigorous critique. Please, tell me if I'm failing. Tell me if I'm wrong. But in addition to this, you can't only just wait till you mess up to fix things. I intend to be proactive. I intend to try to work with caucuses, with committee chairs, hopefully with our cultural resource centers, because believe it or not, any organization can use parliamentary procedure. I intend to try to fix those spots in my vision. Thank you.
Charming as always, Jill. Secondly, how will you manage your work-life balance with both your classes as a student, any extracurriculars you may or may not be a part of, and also your time here as parliamentarian, if you were to be elected to said position?
A pleasing hypothetical, I will admit. Thankfully, this coming semester, I'm only taking 12 credits. I'm very nearly done with my degree. In addition to this, I'm consolidating most of what you might call my campus involvement, I suppose, into the position of parliamentarian. This past year, I've experimented, I suppose you could say, trying out a variety of clubs, but I found ASCSU is the space that fits me rather well. So in essence, a lighter school schedule, credit hours, as well as consolidating my time into the position of parliamentarian, once again, assuming I am elected.
And finally, also assuming you are elected, I have been in the lucky position to see three and a half, it was a funky 50 second. 3.5 parliamentarians before you, each with their own goals and hopes for this position. What are your goals and hopes for this position if you were to be elected for it? And also, to add on to that, how would you also recognize and carry on the previous goals and hopes of previous parliamentarians who held the position before you?
Excellent question. The parliamentarian is an agent of this institution. And in essence, from that, you need to take from a variety of institutional knowledge. I touched on it slightly at the end of my own speech, but especially implementing a bill tracker for public access, that's going to be probably one of my biggest goals, as well as at least hoping to get small group parliamentary procedure training, as well as various campus outreach. As it comes from learning from previous parliamentarians, I feel that a parliamentarian, when it comes into your mind, at least generally, without the context of ASCSU, can be somewhat passive, somewhat of just someone in the room. As shown by Madeline, that does not need to be the case. You can be outspoken. You can be active. You can enforce unbiasedly the rules of this chamber while also advancing the interests of the people represented in it. And that, I think, is probably the biggest lesson I take away.
Thank you. I yield, Mrs. Speaker.
This is an event I was not aware of. With that, Senator Roberts.
I just have a really good question. You talked about a little bit about how you're going to teach parliamentary procedure. I'm just curious on what your goals and ambitions are and how that's going to be achieved within this body, as well as additionally outside of other organizations that follow parliamentary procedure or Robert's rules.
Thank you. I'm now smiling now because it's about parliamentary procedure. Now, I have the fortunate position of taking this summer my credentialing exam to become a registered parliamentarian with the MAP. And from that, I can almost take from my own education how to educate others. I mainly plan to do this through simulated small meetings, through consultory notes. Thankfully, I think it's a wonderful idea to have these on the back of your placards, but I think we can go ever further. So in essence, small simulated meetings, individual outreach, being open office hours, and the like. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Esteemed community member Lord Davis.
Chair Moretti.
Senator Roberts asked one of them, so I may have one question, but recently we have seen an increase in the amount of suspension of the bylaw in order to avoid certain parliamentary procedure. And while each of these have been deemed appropriate by the Senate, how do you plan on balancing proper parliamentary procedure, decorum, etiquette, while still respecting the wishes of the Senate?
Excellent question. Now, I am not infallible. I'll say it before and I'll say it again. In essence, it almost comes down to the dais to determine as much. If the Senate wills it, there's almost nothing we can do. But that being said, I will fight tooth and nail to keep the bylaws, to keep parliamentary procedure in place. Should bylaws be suspended? Of course, that's the prerogative of the body. But I think by actively advocating, well, I don't know that actively, no, by actively advocating to maintain the bylaws in all circumstances, essentially sort of a standing bet, if you will, to keep the bylaws, can almost help foster that environment, that suspending bylaws are a last resort, not the first measure.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Green.
Hi. Firstly, what does infallible mean?
Fallibility is the quality of being wrong. Papal infallibility has been a very contentious topic, for instance. If I were infallible, if any of us were infallible, we'd be incapable of any fault. That is to say, any wrong judgment, any wrong thing.
Like Jesus?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, got it. My question, now that I've cleared that up, you mentioned working with the cultural resource centers. How would you, in what way would you think of working with them?
In essence, at least at first, small meeting introduced myself. This past year, I have tried, at least at the start, to patronize a few CRCs, but at the very least, meeting with CRC leaders and community members, at least once introducing myself, making myself known, and then hopefully hearing from that leadership what needs they have in terms of parliamentary procedure. Because I see this role, although, yes, primarily patronizing the Senate, also being sort of a nexus point for parliamentary procedure around the campus. Yeah.
Okay, got it. I yield.
Awesome, thank you. Just a quick point of clarification in terms of the resources you have as senators. We do have this fun tool called yielding to redundancy. So if you feel like your point's already been made, feel free to just yield to redundancy. You don't have to remake that point. Additionally, wanted to note that this is one of the longest and notably the most stumbly session you're ever going to experience this year. And I really appreciate you all being a part of this ride with me. With that, Morgan, it's you.
Hi, Gio. Just a quick question. Not that you need to be neutral or hinder your passion for advocacy, but there is a difference between inciting conflict in this space. As parliamentarian, I would like to know what your stance is on impartiality and how you plan to maintain that as you move through parliamentary procedure and honestly as you are in leadership with Ledge Cabinet.
Thank you. I think it's especially poignant coming from our branch supposing to be the most impartial. It needs to be the most impartial. Once again, to quote my mentor, Alan S. Fruman, the only weapon a parliamentarian has is their impartiality. When you're on the dais, no matter what, you serve the Senate. Your bias can't come into it. You're merely a person who edits, puts on the Zoom meetings, who enforces parliamentary procedure. I think it's somewhat of an act of separating yourself when in this space. Obviously, when you're in the ASCSU office, you can advocate, you can move, you can change. However, when you're behind the desk, at least in my eyes, that all goes away. You are an agent of the Senate.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Point of information, you said another big word. You said dais. What does that mean?
That's the table in which presiding
Is
officers
that
sit.
what that's called?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
It's like a Comedy Central roast. They sit on a dais. That's what, yeah.
I was 8 years old when I learned that.
Yeah.
Do we have any other questions for Gio? Seeing none, I'd like to ask you to sit outside.
Excellent. I also have a secret ballot.
Oh,
Make
thank you.
sure
I
they
don't know
don't
if
all
we'll be
say
using
Calvo.
this time. Hi,
Make sure they
Gio.
don't all say
Bye.
Calvo on the side.
He's outside. Senator Luna was first anyways, but everyone else, please keep your blankets on.
I know Gio is perfect for the position, and I know we all have a lot of great things to say about Gio, but we also have a lot of other things to do. And yeah, so I'm gonna do something crazy and motion the previous question because there's a lot of things to do.
Second.
Do you want to hear any dissent to this motion? Hearing none, we'll go into a period of voting. Secret,
Motion to approve this candidate with voice vote.
do I hear any dissent? Okay, hearing dissent, we'll do voice vote on whether or not we use voice vote. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? I think the ayes have it. With that, we'll be utilizing voice vote for whether or not Gio gets elected into this position. All those in favor of Gio getting elected as our parliamentarian this year, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Parliamentarian follow. He's not in the room. We will learn this slowly throughout the year. It happened last year, it happened the year before. We'll get there.
Sorry.
Oh, here it is.
Okay, please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Giovanni Paolo,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, parliamentarian.
Do you want to come sit up here for the rest of the session? Yes, I do. Yes, okay, but I'm logged into everything, so I'll just show you now.
With that, we'll go ahead and move into the election of the recruitment and retention officer. Looking for nominations, Senator Diggs.
I'd like to nominate Darren John.
Darren, do you accept this nomination?
Yes.
Awesome. Do I see any other nominations? An incredibly uncontested year. Darren, if you want to come up to the front, you'll have 10 minutes to present.
It won't be so scary and ridiculous. Literally,
Yes.
Parker Doyle
Would
was
you
like,
like me to read
handed over the
the
reins to me.
retention and recruitment officer's description in the bylaws? Just the general responsibilities. Or
No.
later. Or not at all. All of the job descriptions are listed in our bylaws. They're going to be thoroughly edited over the summer, just as a point of information for everyone in this room. Basically, the recruitment and retention officer recruits and retents for the body. Epic, amazing, wonderful. Thank you for the offer to someone.
What I'll do is go to the ASCSU website, and I will read down all of this so that this computer and it's in order and my down this folder just to make it easier so that last minute there's other things. We have them all.
Oh, so I definitely made the mistake of not printing enough copies for everyone, so I placed 5 on each thing. Pass them down, share them with your neighbor. Y'all are good to do it now. I just wanted to say that. Hey everyone, if you haven't met yet, I'm Farron and I'm running to be your next recruitment and retention officer for the 55th Senate. I'm interested in this role because during my time as a senator with both a college council and CRC, I noticed that some important parts of the position weren't being fulfilled. Rather than wait, I decided to take the initiative and make that change myself. So even though I haven't been in ASCSU as long as some others, I believe my drive and work ethic more than make up for that. A big part of this role is being able to connect with others and focus on outreach, and I've had a lot of experience doing just that. For 3 years, I served on the Lone Tree Teen Court panel where I worked alongside law enforcement and teens going through the criminal justice system that helped me develop skills to navigate professional spaces, but more importantly, the ability to meet people where they're at. Here at CSU, I stay involved in a lot of different communities. I have strong ties with the cultural resource centers, college councils, student activism groups, and a number of RSOs. As a senator in the 54th Senate, even without officially holding this position, I made it a point to bring new people into ASCSU. No matter what space I'm in, I'm pretty sure I mentioned the Senate at least once, and through that, I've helped several students get connected and involved just through conversation. Regardless of experience, I truly believe that what makes someone right for this position are the values and traits that they bring to the table. One of the biggest things I live by is the drive to help others, and not just when it's easy or convenient. Whether it's setting up tables on the plaza, showing up to your events, or doing the behind-the-scenes work, I'm there. I've literally worked as a maid cleaning houses, so when it comes to hard work, I'm no stranger. This past year, I've shown up across ASCSU in the Senate, but also getting to know and collaborate with both the judicial and executive branches. I've worked hard to build relationships across all sectors because I believe that the Senate should reflect the whole campus and not just one corner of it. I'm always open to listening, and I know the value in learning from everyone around me. I truly believe that it's our diversity in background, perspective, and experience that makes the Senate stronger, and I'll always advocate for that. You can trust that if I'm given this role, I'll follow through. I get things done, and I won't back down from advocating for the Senate, especially when things get tough. Serving on the elections committee taught me how to put my personal bias aside and approach every situation with fairness and transparency. I'm not here for myself, I'm here for all of you. I've taken the time to sit down with many of you in this room to talk through not just my goals for this position, but also what you want to see from me if I'm elected. One of my top priorities is filling as many seats in the Senate as possible, and not just filling them for the sake of numbers, but making sure they reflect the diversity and voices of our student body. I also want to strengthen what we've already built internally. A lot of the focus tends to land on recruitment, but I'm equally committed to retention and making sure senators feel valued, supported, and empowered to stay involved. For the sake of time, I put together some infographics that break down specific plans I hope to carry out this year, and I encourage you to check those out. All but not limited to, I have a lot more plans that are besides that sheet. At the end of the day, I'm not running for this position to have a title. I'm running because I care about the people in this room and the future of our Senate. I believe in what we can build together when everyone feels seen, supported, and included. I've got the heart, the hustle, and the perspective to make a real difference. Not just in who joins the Senate, but in how we grow together once they do. Thank you all for your time, for hearing me out, and for everything you each bring to this space. I hope to earn your support, and if elected, I promise you'll never have to question whether I'm showing up. You're reading. Okay, I'm done.
Awesome. We'll now begin a period of Q&A. Milk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wanted to first off say thank you for that great presentation and handouts. 10 out of 10. We should do this more. So obviously, first question to get out of the way. How will the university's ideals of diversity, equity, and inclusion, how will you incorporate them into your job description and maintain them?
Obviously, I think DEI is a huge part of not only CSU, but ASCSU also. And I think one of the biggest ways that I can really show up in that aspect is creating kind of an inclusive mindset. I think a lot of it goes to kind of looking into our institutions and the diction that we use and just making sure that that's accessible and equitable to everyone. Yeah, and I believe like we do have diverse voices in this space, and I believe in amplifying them and putting them at the front. So not only making them heard, but making sure that they're heard by others too.
Second question, always gotta get this one out of the way as well. How are you going to manage your position as a community protection officer, as well as any extracurriculars you may have, as well as classwork as a student, and just generally personal life self-care?
Kind of similar to Ellie, I did go into this election a little confident. I already have set time aside, and I know I honestly like. I love Senate, like I love showing up to work here, so it's never like, oh my gosh, I have to go to Senate. Oh my gosh, it's a chore. Like I'm sure you know, I'm in the office pretty frequently. I go to most committees and caucuses. I've shown up at meetings I don't even think I'm supposed to be there for, but I'm just there. So I think, yeah, just showing up. I have the time set aside in my personal life is fine too. So yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Finally, as your position as recruitment and retention officer, you made this comprehensive guide for basically initiatives and ideas that you do want to start in, as well as general plans and thoughts. My question is basically, how do you plan to get these off the ground first off, and also take inspiration from previous recruitment and retention officers, as well as how they think, and also avoid any pitfalls they may have come into?
I'm a firm believer that if you want change, you need to be the one to do it. So I first-handedly will be pioneering all these projects. And I actually, through my talks of sitting down with people about my goals for this position, I received, I wrote it on the sheet, but I received backing from executive for a lot of these plans and like for judicial. And I've had a lot people in this room that have extended that handout to me saying, if you need that help, they're there. And I think I recognize that help, and I think I can do a good amount of the work, but I think I'll obviously like ask them for help, but I will be myself pioneering them because it's my idea. I mean, who else is going to do it? Oh, was there a second question? Did I miss anything?
Generally, the second part was also taking both ideas from previous recruitment and retention officers and also their pitfalls.
So, I didn't have much to take from past recruitment retention officers. One thing I will take is I think something that was really important for me is being present. I put it on the infographic. I really do believe in that showing up gets half the job done. Just showing up, making you guys feel supported, making just everyone feel supported that I'm committed to this space is a pitfall that I will be avoiding for this session. If I get this position.
All right, I yield, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Taylor.
I move to approve this question.
Do I hear a second? Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into a period of discussion debate. You can sit outside. To wait for her to be outside. I'll let you know when she's outside. The door is closed. I still can only write one down at a time. Senator Gray, please raise your placard if you still want to be on this list.
All right. I have nothing but good things to say, and I'm sure all of you do too, so I will motion to approve this question.
Second.
Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into a period of voting. Enoch?
Motion to approve with voice vote.
Do I hear any dissent? Awesome. We're gonna approve whether or not we'll voice vote with voice vote again. So all those in favor of using voice votes, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Any abstentions? The ayes have it. We'll be using voice vote. All those in favor of approving this candidate, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? With that, yay, Farron. You guys did clap right away. I'm proud of you. Just wanted to note that down.
Oh. My bad.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Farron Chador,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform the duties of my office
to
the best of my ability.
the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
The next position is the public relations position. And as the author is currently in the room who wrote that position, Hayden, can you explain what that is really quickly?
Basically, the position exists to function as kind of a marketing thing with the Senate. We'll manage social media, specifically focused on the Senate and what we do, because the stuff in executive tends to focus a lot on executive and not quite as much on the Senate. So that's basic couple sentences about that. I'm happy to go more in depth though if people want.
Awesome, thank you. Going into nominations, Senator Salazar.
I'd like to nominate Nevaeh Green.
Nevaeh, do you accept this nomination? I do. Awesome. Any other nominations? Sorry.
I'd like to nominate Diana Diggs.
Diana, do you accept this nomination?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Any other nominations for this position?
Never mind.
Awesome. With that, I'm looking at my notes real quick. Rock, paper, scissors for who goes first, really quickly.
Can I not go first?
You don't have to go first. You can go outside if you're okay with that. Okay, awesome. Cool.
You got it. You're gonna kill him. Oh.
I sent the presentation to Madeline. Do you have that, or do you need me to send it to you real quick? She might have.
Madeline, can you bring up Diana's stuff?
Yes.
Awesome.
They're in the fridge. They're left over from the budget table. Barbecue.
Oh, there we go.
Looking in.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna just get the timer on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. If you haven't met me yet, my name is Diana Diggs. I'm a senator for BACT. To those of you I know, I'm glad to be up here again, running for something. And if I haven't met you yet, I'm excited to meet you. This is my pitch presentation for the Senator PR Officer role. And I do have to read these slides in full because it was not a weekly email, but I kept it very brief. Down here we have a little graphic representing our beautiful 3 branches. Okay, so the 2 problems I've noticed, the largest ones within Senate and ASCSU, are 1, a lack of engagement and crucial knowledge in the general student body when it comes to ASCSU and Senate happenings, and number 2 is negative attitudes or apathy, general lack of interest within ASCSU, and I have some arrows here to depict that this is a cyclical issue. They kind of feed into one another. So I don't just want to tell you what the problems are, I wanted to show you. So I did some surveying with members of our university who are non-affiliated with ASCSU, And I generally just ask them what comes to mind when they think of ASCSU and Senate, their level of knowledge about what it is we do here. And I generated this word cloud from it. Bear with me. The student body thinks we are passionate, change, great people, students, quiet, non-existent, nothing, inaccessible, opinion, not sure, don't know, question mark, question mark, question mark, don't know, no idea, passionate, big, unheard, no clue, like-minded, non-existent, determined, role models. So as you can see, there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and I plan to fix that. Oh, go back.
Sorry.
Yes. So my 3 PR objectives, again, for the sake of brevity, I kept these really short and there's no specific metrics on here, but I do have a plan. Number 1 is to increase student awareness of Senate functions, and this will be measured by student feedback. Number 2 is to increase voter turnout in the 2026 ASCSU election. More specifically, I hope to get it to the 10% threshold. And number 3, to increase student engagement via in-person outreach events and with social media. Now, my fulfillment of these objectives, here are my proposed solutions and some green flags because I should be waving in your head. My first idea is to have weekly posts outlining Senate happenings. And I have 2 main goals with this. One is to share how decisions in Senate affect the general student body. And 2 is to post more fun content that follows current trends. In my past experience with PR and social media roles, I think it's really important to not only educate our students, but entertain them to keep that nice, to keep them engaged. And then my second solution would be to host public outreach events occurring at least 2 times per semester. And the main bullet point for this is to be low cost, high impact. That is my motto. My idea is basically to have wide-reaching events that can reach all of campus, things kind of similar to Grill the Buffs, but much lower budget, more environmentally friendly, and things that can just get ASCSU's name out there. Okay, on this slide I have some example posts. The first one is of the educational variety. So Senate recap, I would have the session number at the top, and then in this legislation column, I would use this section to list out relevant legislation from the Senate agenda. And what I mean by that, relevant, is just things that I think are very pertinent for the student body to know. Then I'll have this status section. I would use this section to describe the status of the legislation. So if it was passed on its second reading, if it was vetoed, I would use this section to indicate that status. And then my favorite section with this little text box for communication is how are students affected. I would use this section to briefly and plainly describe any relevant consequences that our legislation may have on the student body. Okay, this is my favorite part, Senate wrapped. This is just modeled after 54th Senate, so I have the year at the top, 2024 to 2025. As per the current information on the website, we have 9 bills passed, 15 ledges passed, 9 resolutions passed, and I don't have the exact numbers, and this is just a template, so X amount of hours in committee and X hours in Senate. Now that's dedication. Okay, this wraps up my presentation, but I do have a feedback form with QR code I would like you all to scan. Even if I don't get this position, I will be sharing the results of this form. It's just asking questions about what you would like to see from this role, what your hopes and dreams are, so I can help you achieve them. And thank you. I'm honored to run for you guys. I'll take any questions.
Hello. First off, question, how do you plan to integrate the university's beliefs of diversity, equity, and inclusion into your job position?
Who could have saw this coming? Okay. So since the PR position is outreach focused, I think I have a unique opportunity to leverage that, and kind of when I'm planning events, I'm a big believer in collaborative leadership, so I want to I guess, ask and consult my Senate and the many diverse perspectives that are held here before planning events and before doing any of my outreach and PR activities. If that answers your question. Oh, and to check my own biases, I have great friends who aren't afraid to call me out, and I also want to extend an invitation to all of you. Never be afraid to ask questions, question what I'm doing, please. Meet me with pushback. I think that's all necessary if you're a leader.
All right. Secondly, work-life balance. You're a student. You have other extracurriculars. Also, this will be a time-consuming position. How do you plan to manage all that?
Yeah. So in terms of other extracurriculars, I'm very excited about that. I think using the PR position within other clubs is one way I really plan to leverage that position and spread the word about ASCSU and Senate within other things I'm involved in, like sales club. And then, in terms of schedule, I'm only taking 12 credit hours next year. I'm actually halfway done with my degree. Just finished my first year, so I'm not too worried about that.
And finally, my most pertinent question. The PR position is the newest position created by the 54th Senate by Speaker Emeritus, now Senator Taylor. You will be the first person to fill this position if elected. And while there is a job description written for it and all of that, and as well as the author whose intent behind the legislation is still present and able to be reached out to, ultimately you will be the one to define it. So tell me, how do you plan on defining this role within Senate and its goals and purposes?
That's a great question. So I did review the job description that was in the 5401 Lex written by our ex-speaker. But I'm actually really excited that this is the first time this position is being filled because it means that I get to set the bar. And I'm really, really excited to do that. I plan to go above and beyond. In preparation for this election, I met with the marketing department and executive. We exchanged some ideas. I got some support. And really what I want to set as a precedent for this role, and honestly for any officer role in Ledge Cabinet, is to be someone who can work between branches, kind of serve as an inter-branch liaison. And I feel really great about doing that. I think I built some connections in exec and in judicial. So I'm really excited to set the standard for this position.
All right. I yield, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name yet, but as a former CDMES senator, Alex.
Cool. I was just wondering, in this position, what do you think will be the best way in order to get election information, anything about the ASCSU process, whether it be joining or being an associate senator or being in any role, what would be the best way to do that in your job?
So if elected, I plan to collaborate heavily with our recruitment and retention officer who's just elected to get outreach. I also plan to use some of my office hours to go to the different colleges, speak with department heads, do class visitations. I think that's all really important because I understand that not everyone can be reached through social media or even events that we host. And then, was there a second part of your question? Did that answer?
Yeah, that's perfect. I yield. Thank you.
Awesome.
Awesome. Senator Gregg?
Hello. Thank you so much for your bravery for applying for this position. No matter the outcome, I know that it's going to be in great hands. So my bad if I missed this in the beginning, but have you had any experience in the past with running a social media account for a business?
Not for a business. My senior year in high school, I was DECA president, and I also, I was social media officer for several clubs in high school. So being in charge of social media account, planning out posts, scheduling posts, I'm no stranger to that. Also in my role as DECA president, I wasn't the social media officer, but I basically had to sign off and delegate what posts you would make. Also, I tried to showcase some of my skills prior to this election. I designed one of the posters for the budget town hall. That teal and orange, that was me. So I feel confident. I love Canva. I have a lot of fun designing things. That's just one part of it. But yeah, I feel pretty confident.
Epic. And then last question, how do you plan to ensure that any posts that you make are accessibility friendly?
I plan on, well, I know some of the general criteria for making them accessible, like the descriptions and the captions and the image descriptions. But honestly, can admit that I'm not an expert in that realm, and I plan on consulting whether SDC senators or people who are have experience in that. I know Yoselin does accessibility for DEI committee. So yeah, just learning from my seniors in that realm.
Period. I'm gonna yield to Felicity.
How do you intend to create interbranch relations in this role?
As I mentioned earlier, I did kind of vet myself with marketing and exec, but honestly, I'm really, and you could probably tell from my gallery that I'm really committed to interbranch connections, and I think we would all benefit a lot more if we talked more, if we had more productive conversations, and I feel totally comfortable facilitating that. I also plan on getting involved with some of the student boards, like SFRB, and going to more of executives, events, meetings, all that.
Back to you, Jess.
I'm going to remind our senators that we have a lot to get through tonight, so I'm going to motion to previous question.
Second. Do I hear any dissent to this motion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move to a period of discussion debate. Oh wait, no, it's discussion. Can you get Nevaeh to come in here? Awesome, thank you.
Awesome, you can go ahead. Okay, hi. Forgive me, I'm very nervous, and I hope that you'll just bear with me if I'm talking too fast or anything like that. Hello, everyone. If we haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, my name is Nevaeh Green. I am currently a senator for the Pride Resource Center. I'm proud to be running for the public relations officer position here in the Senate. I'm honored to even be in this space because when I first arrived, it seemed very exclusive, like almost like only the elite could be in a space like this, which is very far from the truth. We want all voices at the table, and that includes getting more people interested in what's going on in this space. In addition to that, I really think that it's important to just have people not only welcomed into the space, but know what's going on, what bills we're seeing, and what officers we're electing, or what BSOP is up to, and things like that. As you know, I tend to dress very casually for Senate meetings, and that is because I feel it's meant to be open to all, regardless if you can afford the best clothes, or who has the best fashion taste, or what have you. If I'm honored with this position, I would love to work with the recruitment and retention officer to ensure Senate engagement, to encourage Senate engagement, and make sure that the space we represent is a comfortable place where we can still get work done. And even if I don't get the position, I would still love to pitch ideas and table with the person that does get this position, because I'm genuinely really excited that this position is even a thing, and I just want people to know more about what's going on in the Senate, and I would be glad to help even if I'm not paid for it. So. Yeah.
Starting a period of Q&A, starting with Ema.
Hey, so great to see you up there. First off, how will you handle, the university's ideals of diversity, equity, and inclusion, how will you uphold them and also incorporate them into your job position if elected?
Yeah, so I think diversity, equity, and inclusion is really important. As a lot of you know, I do identify as being queer, Black, and demi girl, if one wishes to say that. I really don't like that word, but anyway, I think that I would love to go into the cultural resource centers and just advertise Senate as a whole, and maybe host like little office hours where I could sit in the Cultural Resource Center is like for maybe like 30 minutes to an hour, and just have people come and they can ask me questions about Senate, or I can explain what kind of bills are going on and things like that. So
Yes. Also, how would you check your biases? I forgot that last part of that question.
I'm very aware that I have biases towards not any specific people in general, but specific groups, and I'm aware that that's a thing that all people hold. I I believe that I would do my best to keep them in check in the sense of recognizing them and acknowledging them, because if they're not acknowledged, they can't be what's the word I'm looking for? If they're not acknowledged, they can't be rectified. So I think it's very important to acknowledge them and ensure that people are welcome and included no matter what kind of identity they may hold.
All right. Secondly, work-life balance. How are you going to manage both this position, your classes, any extracurriculars you might be part of, as well as personal time for yourself and self-care?
I know a lot of you don't know me really well, but I love blowing bubbles. I find it very fun. So I do like a bubble break every once in a while, where I keep a little thing of bubbles in my purse, and I'll like take a break and go blow bubbles. So if I will make sure to incorporate that wherever I need it, and also I'll be able to, like others, I also have looked at my schedule for next semester, and I do believe that I can fit that time into my daily schedule. And I also do just love talking to people, so I think that would also count as part of my self-care.
You're doing great. One final question. Since this is a new position created recently in the 54th Senate by Speaker Emeritus, now Senator Taylor, you will be the first person to fill this position. And while there is a job description written up, as well as this author is still present within the 55th Senate, who you can ask the intent of for the original writing of this legislation, ultimately you will be the one who defines the role and sets its goals and what is expected of this role. What are some of those goals, thoughts, and how would you go about doing such?
As I said, I mostly just want to include people in the Senate and make Senate feel like less of a big, scary place. And I think that I would do a good job of writing everything down so that the person that comes after me would be able to not only make the role what they want it to be, but take inspiration from some of my ideas and thoughts and goals. My main goal is to do a lot of tabling. I have never tabled before, and I'm really excited to table. And I think that would be one of my main goals to answer your original question.
All right. I yield the rest of my time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Salazar.
Do you have any former PR experience, or would this be the first time you're doing PR?
Funny enough, I've actually started my own business, and I had to do a lot of PR with that. So it's called Love Sweets. I made its own Instagram, and I actually won the first place entrepreneurship award at Murals. So I had to do a lot of talking there. And thank you. And so I think that I'm relatively good at talking to people and promoting things and making sure that things are known.
Awesome, thank you. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Senator, I wrote it down.
I have two. So the first one is, how do you intend to create interbranch relations in this role?
So I think that the main thing would be just talking to people, like talking to our new president and vice president, asking if they'd like to table with me, or if there's anything that they would like me to tell the collegiate. For example, I worked on the collegian this entire year, and I really love the collegian. I could talk about them all day, but and just make sure that all voices are included, and that I would be able to ask people what they need, because sometimes they don't want to come forward and they need to be asked what they need.
Perfect. And then my last question is, how do you plan to ensure that any posts that you make are accessibility friendly, like with screen readers, alt text, contrasting colors, accessible fonts, etc.?
Yeah, so if you guys don't know, the Pride Resource Center has work on Instagram and they have these little things where it can like describe the picture to you. I would want to work with Maggie Hendrickson, who's the leader of Pride, and figure out how I can do that, as well as making sure that there are captions on any videos that we do. And yeah.
Perfect, thank you. I have a previous question.
Second. During any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and enter a period of discussion and debate. Carrie.
Okay, so I do love both of the candidates, and obviously I do have a personal bias towards Diana. She's my good friend. However, I do want to bring up something I think is valuable when we're having these discussions. Is one thing I'm looking for all officer positions, but also chair positions, is the ability to be a leader and advocate for Senate even in the face of hardships. Knowing Diana personally, she has checked me multiple times about stuff I've said. I've watched her check others. I have a great confidence in her to do so, and even in the face of authority. One thing I will say is I love Nevaeh, I really do, but I don't know if I have the faith in the ability to kind of hold a consistent standing in the face of authority, as so much to say, like, I have more faith in Diana in actually upholding certain standards without being trampled over. And like much respect to Nevaeh, but I just don't think that leadership quality of not being walked over is almost fully there. I do think they have great qualities for being a senator, but in terms of a leadership position, I personally will only be voting for people into a leadership position if I believe that they can lead the Senate. I yield.
Thank you.
Hi, y'all. So, just to start this off, even my heart's pounding for both of these amazing individuals. Having known both of them personally, meeting Nevaeh when they first showed up on campus for Pancakes at Pride, from interviewing Diana for her position as senator for back when I, with the previous interim director, Dr. Molak. So, note when I say this with so much trepidation in my voice. Either one would be a great decision for the Senate body. I understand Kieran's want for a very strong, very forthcoming Senator Jordan's desire for a very strong, notable leader, which I believe both could fully fulfill. From seeing where Nevaeh started, from this very shy individual who was very overstimulated to now being out here writing legislation, her first time in Senate. That's bold. It took me 3 years to do mine. I fully believe that if she was elected to this role, not only could she grow into that strong, unmoving leader, but she set the standard for themselves. That also being said, I also believe Diana's definitely going to be straight out the gate, that bold, that very stepward leader. I see both pros and cons to each and every one. And as someone who has gotten to know both of them over the course of this school year, seeing the amazing work they've both done, from Week of Love to Budget Town Hall, to joining the Leadership Council, to becoming a senator for both of them. Absolutely fantastic and phenomenal individuals. And I'd urge you all to take a thought and look at what each of them bring, from both what perspectives they bring, from what experience they bring, from what they can become as well. I yield the rest of my time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Enoch. Senator Salazar.
While both candidates did come out and spoke to us, one of them was stronger than the other. I will agree to that, and I agree with Barry that Diana Diggs would be the stronger candidate of both of them. But however, when it comes to growth and leadership, I feel Nevaeh could grow into this position very well if given the chance. The way she speaks, the way she acts, she tries to be one with the people. She tries to speak with everybody. She tries to have a sense of English. What's the word? Se quiere sentir como si ella está al par con toda la otra gente. Yeah, she's with everybody. She connects with everybody, and I feel like if given the chance, she would grow into the position much better. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Taylor.
Well, as the author of the legislation that established this position, I think that Senator Diggs is the absolute embodiment of exactly what I would want to see in that. She seems dedicated and committed and super prepared to take this on, and I think that she would do a fantastic job. So I think she has my support in this, and with that, I move to approve this question.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any dissent? With that, we'll go ahead and move into a period of voting. Yes.
Go ahead.
As is written down in our bylaws, if there aren't enough spots for the candidates, we have to do it by secret ballot. We can suspend the bylaws, what it's suggesting. So we're gonna go ahead and do secret ballot. We're gonna go to secret ballot. Awesome. Gio will be handing these out. Put one candidate, and then we'll check them up.
I can't vote.
I motion to have a 5-minute recess once the votes have been collected.
Thank you.
Additional motion. Could we move DEI?
Wait, can I do this motion first, and then we'll go to your motion? Awesome. Okay. Can you theoretically amend your motion to hear out Claire's motion before we go into recess?
How about you go ahead and make my motion second?
Awesome.
Okay. Can we move the DEI chair election to the next thing after our theoretical 5-minute recess?
Can you amend that motion to just do all of the committee chair elections?
Sure. I amend it to that, if I may.
I second that motion.
Awesome. Is there any dissent to that motion?
Dissent.
Awesome. Hearing dissent. What? Thank you. Hearing dissent to that motion, we'll go ahead and vote on whether or not it passes through voice vote. All those in favor of moving the committee? Yes. Point of clarification, the chief of staff people have been waiting a while, so that's why we dissented. Awesome. Claire, do you want to specify why you made the motion?
I will yield to our former DEI chair.
So Amika is going to be running for the position and has a thermodynamics exam tomorrow and is very, very stressed about it. And it would be of great service to her to be able to study for that, and that is why that motion was made. I yield.
Can I make the motion?
Yes.
Just DEI. Just the DEI committee election. 5-minute recess.
Awesome. Do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, DEI will be moved there, and we'll have a 5-minute recess after we're done with the secret ballot vote. Awesome.
Was the 5-minute recess voted on as its own?
They were together. I believe Claire also said the 5-minute recess thing.
And I also do have a second motion I'd like to make.
Yes.
I look to suspend Article 7, Section 4, subsection E from the Senate bylaws. That is the time limit of the confidence clock, because that time is running low. We have a lot of things that we constitutionally have to get done tonight.
Awesome. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, bye-bye confidence clock. Can you pass out this?
Yes.
These opinions on your expertise on how to make motions. Just to reemphasize. You have to know their
Information.
Wow.
Steve, can you explain the group mechanics about that?
To explain, who would gonna wait for the body to quiet down. Body, sit. Thanks. Thank you for being my gavel. I appreciate that. Just to clarify, who can vote? Senators, you can vote. Associates, you can vote in the case that either A, your constituency has a senator spot open, you can vote then, or if your senator is absent. That makes sense. Everyone good? Everyone vibing? Awesome.
Don't worry about it.
Cheers.
Once you've voted, if you want to go ahead and bring it up to Sydney, I greatly appreciate it.
Do you feel okay with legislation? I have, so I have pulled up the one with floor edits. I didn't look at it. So let's see if they're visible what the edits actually are. But I like it when you see what are the edits.
Yeah, consolidate for me.
Well, and it's going to be a little bit different for you because of the nuance of the 48-hour rule. I'll be a little late in getting you a full transition report, but I will give everything to you. So you might have to open up the other one just in case, because this one I have it sorted by the date I downloaded it.
Okay.
The job descriptions, this is the one that was in the email.
Actually, no.
This is the one that I had in my email with edits. That's the one that's open. This is the edits. And then at the end of Senate, I don't try to do anything with it till the very end because there's a lot going on. Normally I will upload it to my thing. Tonight, what I'll do is I'll rename it and put it in a
Has everyone put in their ballots?
and then that should make it accessible to the committees.
Yeah.
Accessible to you and anyone else. So I won't necessarily, if I were doing it for me, I would upload it to my own cloud. I try not to, the only thing I put save on this computer is the things I download to use that very day, and then everything else I upload onto my OneDrive, so I have it no matter where I am. Okay, I'm gonna go be a chatty Cathy because I haven't had a recess where I got to recess in a hot minute. I'm gonna blow my nose. We're trying to
I have.
Yeah. Hold on, Johnny. What is this, 1899? God, that was so fun. Gio, you're so funny.
I want to know if your speech is
I want to go back and watch mine. I'm gonna go back and watch mine. Damn, mine took so long. I was terrified.
Anyways, I'll watch you.
It might
When your thing is, I'll watch something. I'll go to the library. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll watch the live stream. YouTube videos. Yeah, catch up on there.
I know, I like it. I like it. I like it.
That's actually something I'm doing. I've been designing specific secret ballot papers.
That's cool.
As well as a quick thing to quickly reference sections. So it's going to be article sections.
I got a question because I've never done this before.
Yeah, hi, what's up?
So, Do we just vote for all the
I'm
people
going.
tonight, or like in the emergency session, that's when we'll do the budget and those kinds of things?
I think we're definitely doing budget session, as well as whatever we don't have, as well as
Okay,
everything.
got it.
I'll go back.
So I was like wondering, do you think we'll just like do all the election pieces tonight and then?
Really?
I don't know what that looks like.
Election pieces, and then probably we'll hop off some of the new business, but I don't think budget's really contentious, so it's mainly going to be around.
What else do we got?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take back one of my motions. I'm gonna take off the election of caucus chairs. I'm tabling both of my legislation. Yes, that's okay.
I figured.
Yeah, so hopefully OTP. Where's OTP? OTP shouldn't take that long. I hope not.
This is the most.
It is very hot in here. I'm not a fan.
That's basically what was changed.
That was not ideal. I don't know why. I really like coffee. I am a Chardonnay supporter, first off. But I'm also really like headache because I'm really hot and I'm probably dehydrated.
Bear. What did it say on it?
Speaker of the Senate Associated Students Congress and University. This annoys me because this is not. Yes.
We should make a new one.
I agree. We should. Engineering. Engineering. You do that.
We can make a new one.
You answered my
Yes.
question.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Should I really?
Yes. Do it. And give it to Brooke as a present.
Wait, that would
Yes.
actually be so
Yes. You should. You should.
I don't think I'll ask you
It's gonna be way less nice compared to this, but
what
It'll
part
be cute. It'll be cute. That's all that matters.
I was.
I will make sure she uses it. I'll make sure. I'll bully her.
good. What do you have? Do you have a lot of options?
Yeah.
My pre-capstone was the process of happening tomorrow, so that's really nice. I have my last physics lab ever, so I'm really excited about that. And then I have,
On night class, like tires.
I hate that class.
Can I lobby?
Lobby for what?
I'm gonna lobby y'all as officers to be inherently biased.
For what? Oh.
For me.
Okay. Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Timer.
Thank you.
Recess is over.
Recess is over.
Recess is over. Recess is over. I'll gather people. Recess is over. Blah, 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 blah. I really want to know if that mic is on. That's really fucking big up here. I don't know.
It's already our speaker.
Okay. You know. Oh yeah, no.
Recess is dirty.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Kids fancy.
Wait, chairs. Right?
This is the first one where I could vote.
Good. I like
For what you're gonna do the health and human sciences college council, like it's like
I have the email until the 30th.
they're everywhere, but no.
She did that too. I think she was in Ireland.
Yeah.
To archives.
I mean,
You should have
going back to.
Yeah, Sarah's really good.
The public anyway, and then send them or scan it. I had a couple like
So I asked you to find
because I brought my cash.
There you go.
You're welcome.
wait, I have also traits about
I think it's all about it.
recurring PC source and it was on my parliamentary calendar. Just so that I can
Yeah, normally.
we had a little pile of here. And there have been sessions in the past about our Zoom is not exceeding so yeah. Lisa is tomorrow, and then I will play right here. Senate backup starting phone screen, so I'm getting I'm gonna give her the link.
Howdy y'all. Secret ballot votes don't get read out, but oh wait a second, I don't want to in the room.
Oh, we should probably bring them back.
Oh yes, can someone bring them back, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Senator Nix.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Diana Diggs,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
the
duties of my office
to
the best of my
the
ability.
best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Point of information, that sound, we turned the fan on in the back. For accessibility reasons, we need this place to be cooler. If we need to turn it up, we can. It's gonna be loud. Sorry.
Awesome. With that, we'll be moving into the election of the DEI committee chair. Do I see any? Yes.
Sorry, I usually don't like to speak, but hey, can we make sure for safety, security purposes, we do not prop the outside door open, okay? So I know it's hot in here, we'll figure it out, but we can't prop the outside doors open, okay?
Do I see any nominations? Esteemed community member Mitchell Myers.
I nominate Amika Bushell for the position.
Do you accept the nomination? I do. Thank you. Do I see any other nominations?
I'm going to nominate Victoria Stoner.
Victoria, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Awesome. Are there any other nominations for this position? Seeing none, do either of you want to particularly go first? Rock, paper, scissors.
Do you want me to go first? I don't care. I don't care either. Do the rock, paper, scissors.
Okay, heads or tails?
Okay.
For real? Oh my god!
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I'll go first. Okay.
Awesome. Amika, if you could take a step out, that'd be awesome. And then as soon as you get up here, you have 10 minutes to present. Okay, hello all. My name is Victoria Casado Stoner, and I'm a second year majoring in addiction psychology with a minor in ethnic studies. Both of these majors, I would say, provide me with a really great base and tool for understanding the world around me. I'm running for this position because I truly believe in the power of inclusive leadership, and I'm ready to lead this committee with heart, dedication, and purpose.
I've had a wide range of experiences within DEI and leadership, both through jobs and volunteer work. My time as the DEI intern in the executive cabinet was the first connection for me in ASCSU. That role helped me grow my understanding of what resources are available on campus, and just as importantly, what is still missing and urgently needed. Since joining the Senate in early March, I've adapted quickly in a fast-paced environment. I had no prior knowledge of how ASCSU worked, but I jumped in and learned through doing so. That experience puts me in a great position to support others who are new and still finding their footing, because I've been there too. I know one of the main responsibilities of this role is helping create and support legislation. In all honesty, while I may not have the most experience in drafting bills yet, I am going to jump in learning, but I've lost my place. I'm actively planning to build that skill during the summer, learning how to write legislation with clarity and intention so I can turn around and teach and empower others to do so on the committee. But more than that, I believe legislation should be created with students and for students. I'm committed to going beyond the table to listen, uplift, and advocate for students from all walks of life. We know DEI is under attack at the state and federal levels. I'm not naive to that, but I'm not known for backing down. I'm ready to lead this committee with spirit that is organized, inclusive, open-minded, and fun.
Awesome. With that, we'll be entering through the Q&A.
Standard question set. How will you uphold the university's diversity, equity, inclusion ideals as well as check your own biases?
I am very aware that I do have biases of my own. I would say that throughout CSU, I've gotten connected with a good range of student orgs throughout CSU. Also within our cultural resource centers, I also have visited them, go to their events in different ways that I can, and also I would reach out and listen to them. Other than CRCs like senators on here, I would also reach out to the leadership within that, and then also other student orgs around campus, and then also within our college council. I think that that is also a great opportunity to help find the voices around CSU.
Second question, work-life balance. How are you going to balance being a student, having this position, as well as any job and extracurricular, as well as personal time for you and self-care?
In all honesty, this semester, I have not had the best work-life balance, just because I am taking my hardest classes this semester. I'm taking statistics. I am very challenged in math, so that's going to be out of the way. And next semester, I'm going to be focusing really on my addiction counseling classes, which come easier to me. So I think that student balance with work will be a lot easier next year. Also, I am getting myself organized within my planner for next year. I have not done it yet, not ahead of the game as much as my other peers, but I will make sure that I set the time that is needed for committee agendas, making sure that they are sent out on time, making sure that I have a solid time for my constituents, and yeah.
And final question, DEI committee. What do you think it should be doing?
I think DEI is all around us. I think it's embodied within every single one of us, because I don't think that there is really one way of doing anything. Everything is diverse, even in the sense that we do. And for the committee, my goal is really to support students who, again, we all go to a predominantly white school, and I do think that that is something that can be very hard for any student who may not identify that way. And I think that I want to bring legislation that's going to support them, especially during this time, with the federal administration attacking a lot of marginalized communities and identities.
that's kind of what I want my committee to be centered around, is helping and supporting all students and also learning from each other. I know that I have a lot to learn still within ASCSU and just life in general. And so I'm a very big advocate of wanting to make sure that I hear and listen to all perspectives.
Thank you so much for your answers. I yield the rest of my time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Miller.
Hi. I have a series of 3 questions for you. How would you define ad hominem and non-germane?
I do not know. I'm gonna be honest.
Cool. Part of being chair involves knowing when to shut down conversations when they are no longer relevant, productive, or violating decorum rules. How do you plan to ensure that the conversations in committee remain productive and on topic?
I think that within committee, I will say my brain is a little bit like scattered sometimes. And so I'll make sure that if I were committee, that I would also check myself within that. But to check my other constituents, I think if someone is talking about something or conversation, then I think I would have either a conversation of that within the group of why is it relevant to them? Why do they keep bringing it up or stuff like that? So then we can shut it down, because I don't want to shut down any ideas that someone is having that is very personal or they feel that is very needed within that. And so, yeah.
Cool. And how would you go about shutting down specifically more attack-like sort of like someone's insulting someone else in your committee? What would you do?
I will not take any personal attacks in committee on anyone on any levels. I just don't think that is, I don't think that's appropriate at all. I think that it can, I just don't think that's appropriate at all. I would tell them flat out that that is not allowed here. We want, ASCSU is for the students to support, and if we can't support each other within our committees, then I don't think that that committee as a whole is going to be able to support anyone else.
Amazing, thank you. Any more my time?
Thank you, Senator Camber.
Hi, I have a couple questions for you. First, can you tell Senate a little bit about your committee involvement this year so far?
Oh, yes, I can. So I got involved in ASCSU during March, and I have gotten into budgetary committee and DEI committee. Those were the only committees that I was allowed with my schedule of school wise. I did also go to the accessibility caucus. I would have also loved to go to the housing and the women's gender, or the women's caucus, but it did not happen. But those are the two that I was able to make it. And I think that I was able to learn a lot within my experiences going to those committees and those caucuses. Also able to share different perspectives with my different constituents. I really do think that attending those committees and caucuses really did help me throughout. I think also attending different leadership within that also helped me a lot with how I would want to run my committee.
Okay, and if you are elected as a chair, you will serve on the legislative cabinet. If you have conflicts within cabinet, like with a colleague, how will you address that conflict?
I think any conflict that I address is usually going to be personal. I think it's going to be like, hey, let's go out, let's have a conversation, let's talk about it in person. I think that a lot of conflict is really just miscommunication. I think we all have our own ways of thinking and processing different things, but we also have different trigger points. And so I want to make sure that I honor everyone in understanding those conflicts. And so with that, I would just have a conversation with them and try and get to the root of the problem.
And if that was happening with another colleague and they weren't doing that, would you intervene?
If they weren't
with someone else or with me?
If that conflict were happening within cabinet with others and they weren't taking a let's talk this out and resolve our misunderstandings, would you intervene?
Yes, I would intervene. As the committee chair, I think that is one of the biggest things in that sense of, I think intervening
it's not, I think especially as the committee chair, I don't think that I need to take a side or anything of that being like, oh, this person's right, this person's wrong. I would want them to be able to have a communication. In that sense, if they can't come to a communication within themselves, then I would ask them, do I need to go and have that conversation with them? Because I'm completely fine with going and providing someone being like the middle person, the middle ground within conflict. Also, another great resource I would honestly say is the Conflict Resource Center at CSU. If we need to use that, I'm honestly very down to use it. I think it's a great resource. And I think that conflict needs to come to resolution, especially within ASCSU.
Additionally, a brief point of clarification for anyone new in the room. The points of conflict resolution that you have as a senator as resources include the speaker pro tempore, as well as conflict resolution resources. Also, you can file things called internal complaints. If you have any questions on any of those ends, know that you can rely on me. You can newly rely on Ellie / forever rely on Ellie. You have a plethora of resources. Everyone's behind your back. It's not just committee chairs, equal committee issues, anything like that. Thank you.
I'd like to move to previous question.
Second. Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead. Can you have Anika come in? Yeah. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you guys.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'd like to make a motion. Can I make a motion right now? For clarification?
Sure, we're waiting.
Okay, cool. Can I motion to move Bill 5506, as the first piece of legislation being heard when we hear legislation? The context for this is that we are running incredibly late. And there are so many people who like have so many things to do. And frankly, like the job descriptions were sent in a weekly email. If you have qualms about them, like, and you don't know, you don't feel comfortable ratifying because you don't know what the job descriptions are, you can read them. So
I just want to point out that is it 5506 the job description?
Yeah.
That is the next object on the agenda.
no, I want to move it to the first one during legislation. So like moving it down, like top
Very
new
business.
Yeah, that one.
So essentially to move it after the ratification of office of the president.
No, after, yeah, right there, above the SRB by.
Okay, but where is it now?
Right now, it's right after.
Do I hear a second to this motion? Is there any dissent to this motion? Hearing dissent, we'll go ahead and vote on this by voice. All those in favor of this being moved around, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Division. We're gonna vote on this by placard. All those in favor, please raise your placard. Thank you. You can go ahead and put them down. All those opposed, please raise your placard. You can go ahead and put those down, and then any abstentions? With that, this will be reflected in the agenda.
What was the vote count of that?
9-7-4.
That needs a 2/3. So
Yeah.
I'm suing the parliamentarian. Okay.
Which one?
Point of information, is that like a bylaws or is that a constitution part?
I think that's a Senate bylaws thing. I can double check that, but you do need a 2/3 vote to amend the Senate agenda.
Okay.
Okay, I'm also suing the speaker because I asked for the voting threshold together. With a vote of 9 to 7 to 4, this motion fails and will continue as previously scheduled. Amika, do you want to give your presentation?
Thanks, Senate. My name is Amika Bushow, and I currently serve as a senator for APAC, which is the Asian Pacific American Cultural Center. For the past year, I have served as a senator for APAC, as well as the vice chair for the DEI Affairs Committee. I have also served on the Student Fee Review Board this past semester. Throughout the year, I have consistently attended Senate, DEI Committee, as well as CRC meetings. I have also had the opportunity to converse with university admin. I am running as DEI chair to further involve myself in the leadership of this space. I wanted to start by sharing a story of why I decided to join Senate. I started my freshman year with my participation in Murals, the Multicultural Undergraduate Research Art Learning Symposium, where my research project was to explore the history of APAC in celebration of the center's 40th anniversary. I've spent several hours going through the university archives to understand the continuity and the evolvement of the center as the center grew more and more inclusive over the years. I was able to see the photos of students enjoying programs, posters of advertising events, and documents from the beginning of APAC establishing the center itself. I've also spent time interviewing students, staff, and faculty to learn how the center has impacted them, and many have said that the center served as a second home, a home away from home. With my research, I was able to get further connected with APAC, and I got to meet one of my best friends. APAC has had such a large impact on my life, and I wanted to find a way to continue being involved with the center. Furthermore, I decided to join the Student Fee Review Board to better understand how our student fees are allocated, because I believe in the value of ensuring diverse voices are represented when evaluating fee area proposals. With the opportunity of serving for senator for APAC, I decided to join the Senate space. I have learned so much about the university and witnessed the wonders ASCSU does for the student body. I want to continue my work with a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI initiatives, such as the CRCs, have led me to where I am today. As chair, I will fight for these DEI initiatives and will ensure that the space remains inclusive for all. I have established relations with VP Glenn Hughes and VP Colleen Cipriani, and I plan on further establishing relations with university admin. As vice chair over the past year, I have observed the previous chair's efforts, and I'm inspired to continue the work that has been put in place. It would be my privilege to serve as DEI chair for the 55th Senate.
Thank you. With that, we'll be entering a period of Q&A by first placards.
Standard questions, university deals with DEI, equity, and inclusion. How do you and check biases?
Sorry, can you restate the last part of your question?
Yeah, also check your biases.
Okay.
I'm a bit family.
No, you're all good. I have dedicated my time here at CSU to ensure DEI initiatives have been met. I've seen how important DEI has been, especially the CRCs, because APAC was the reason why I decided to join Senate, and it means so much to me to have an inclusive space, and I will ensure that DEI is upheld, since I've first-handedly seen how important and valuable it is. And I will plan on checking internal biases by observing different perspectives and listen to understand, not to respond. And I want to be able to view all perspectives so then I can ensure when, how do I say this? So I can like be unbiased as possible by listening to everybody.
Second question, work-life balance, school, job, extracurriculars, self-care. How are you going to balance that?
It's a very good question. Whenever I separate my academics and my extracurriculars. When I am in my extracurriculars, I try to focus in on them, especially during committee. And it's such a hard question. You're asking an engineer this question. I know like weekend nights I try to hang out with my friends, so I like separate myself from like academics and extracurriculars. I also work in a lab on campus, so when I go to work, only when I'm clocked in is when I'm doing my lab work stuff. So I try to keep a balance.
And the final and most important question to me, as a former DEI chair, what does DEI mean to you? What do you believe this committee should be doing?
I believe that DEI is inclusion for all, no matter who you are, what you identify as. I want to create a welcoming space for everybody. I want to create a space where everybody's voices feel heard and feel valued. I feel like being heard and being valued are two different things, so I want to make sure everybody feels valued within the DEI committee. And I think DEI, I don't think it's just about race. I remember when I was applying for CSU scholarships, all of the diversity questions started like making me feel weird because like I just felt like I wasn't answering them right because I felt like there were more things besides race, because I feel like that's what most people think diversity is. And I think there's diversity of thought, and I want to ensure that the DEI committee upholds diversity of ideas as well.
Thank you. Any pressing questions? Otherwise, I'm motioning the previous question.
Second.
Sorry, I was checking something in Constitution. Can we put that one real quick?
I motioned the previous question.
Awesome. There was a second. Any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into the next thing. So we can take a step outside. Gonna write a bylaws that you gotta strike every time you raise your hand. Kat.
We're going to sing people's praises all night, and we're going to be here all night if we do that. So I'm just going to motion the previous question.
Second.
Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into voting. Again, there's more than one candidate. Ballots will be passed out. Write a name down, bring it up to the front. Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
For new senators, can I make a point of personal privilege to have the names of the candidates placed on the screen underneath the title that they're running for? Just so that our new senators know that that's something that they can do and know how to spell people's names.
Gio, you got to give the papers to the That's fine. Thank you, former parliamentarian candidate. Or not. I don't know. Awesome.
Point of information, Madam Speaker, are we bringing these up?
Yes, pretty please. To clarify further, you're bringing them up to Cindy, Fair, and Ellie area of the table.
It's Michelle. Oh, shoot. Won't do anything.
For the point of personal privilege, can you switch the names so that they're in the order that which they were? Thank you.
It's got your back.
Everyone got their vote in? Votes in? No, Fiona. Awesome. We're gonna go ahead and count those up.
You have no.
I don't know the right. Which ones have to be done?
Chairs.
Oh, you do. Okay, nifty. So just the
Oh,
okay. Where are you going to be?
Oh, yes. I had grabbed my jacket and not my bag. I need to grab my laptop so I can check things. Do grab it. No, I didn't. Yeah.
I know that. I do not have them.
If you answer them, right. We could open a call for and get at least more. That's a story about your house. What if there's something that like you
go home. Yes. CDC.
Congratulations, Senator Casada Stone. Yeah, right about it. Is judicial still here?
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Victoria Casella Stoner,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
the
duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Awesome. With that, we'll be moving into Bill 5506, job descriptions of the non-league Gauchall cabinet.
Can I make a motion very quickly?
Theoretically.
Actually, I don't need approval of this. I'm going to table resolutions. Sorry. 5504, endorsing the formation of a Colorado Higher Education Mutual Defense Academic Defense Compact, and resolution 5507, firewall for freedom until till Friday. As an alternate.
Also, material being abstracts.
This bill aims to create official positions out of the job description below for the Nunley Gottschall 2025-2026 Executive Cabinet. You have 10 minutes. Here's some.
You have 10 minutes to present the bill, however you'd like.
All right, hello, my name is Jakai Nunley. In this bill, you all can find the job descriptions for all the positions that will be in ASCSU next year. I'm not going to go over and highlight all of them tonight. I'll go over the ones that I assume we'll be talking about in these new positions. We can start with, if we go down, first one, Chief of Operations is a new position within the Office of the President. When thinking what the best allocation is for time and just strategic development for this organization, we decided that the Deputy Chief of Staff was not the most optimal position to have within the Office of the President, seeing as this year and the previous year, the roles and responsibilities of both the Chief of Staff and the Deputy Chief of Staff kind of overlapped a lot, and so it left kind of a minimal allocation of just responsibilities and general workload for one or the other. I'll highlight that the Chief of Operations focuses on some of the same things, but the way that it is split up this year is that this role is more focused on strategic operations, systems, plans, and processes. And in whole, what this means, I'm not going to break down every bullet point, but in whole, what this means is this role is responsible for a lot of continuity planning, a lot of the systems and structures that the executive cabinet will operate, and that will also try to work with our partners in the judicial and Senate to integrate so we can try to build systems of continuity and strategy all throughout ASCSU. This role will be responsible for. Some other cool things that this role is responsible for is developing some idea of how we interact with ASCSU alum. As we seen last night, if you attended Eyeball, Nigel Daniels, our student body president in 2010, attended. It's dope to keep people like that in network and in tune with what ASCSU is doing, because they're all very affluent, to say the least, right now in their current careers, and they're killing it. And it would be nice to stay in contact with those people just for opportunities and different things that could come up for people in this space as everyone goes off into what the real world will be for you. So that's operations. They oversee the financial department, and so, or they oversee the Department of Finance, and so there's a little bit of financial operations, procedures, and trainings and intertwined with this role, and a few other things. But that's operations. Chief of Staff is kind of how we've seen it this year. I thought about everything that I did in this role this year in ways that it could be expanded, and I broke it down into all the sectors that it should be, just based on the titles of operations and Chief of Staff. If we go down, the description of this role is some of the similar things that I did this year, spearheading some major events for ASCSU, open houses, State of the Association, facilitating the internship programs, the rotational internship program, and the department internship programs, assuring a strong organizational culture through org wellness, and then potentially exploring what culture review looks like to come back. This person is still responsible for leading the executive cabinet meetings. They're responsible for managing the public initiative tracker, establishing a system for all staff office hours and making them public on the ASCSU website. What's some other key things in here? The employee assessments, procedures, and standards that we use, this person will also be responsible for. This person is Ella Davis. The person for operations is Andrew White. They are in the back pending your ratification. All right. Culture and culture climate. The main difference in operations and Chief of Staff is in terms of onboarding. For staff, one focuses on culture and climate of onboarding, and the other focuses on operational procedure. So that's a big actually pinnacle in the difference in the roles. I'm losing a few of you here, so we'll go ahead and move on to a job description. Which one do you guys want to hear about? Right. All right, let's go to the Assistant Director for Fraternity and Sorority Affairs. It's way down. We're gonna scroll a little bit. It's gonna be a few scrolls. It's gonna be a few scrolls. It's gonna be a few scrolls.
It's on page 12.
On page 12, it says.
You can click on it on the sidebar.
All right, so this is the Assistant Director for Academic Innovations. I think that we're going to scroll up one or down one, and then we'll be there. Here we are, the Assistant Director for Fraternity and Sorority Affairs. This director reports to the Director for Pathways of Excellence and operates out of the Unified Success Department. This role is responsible for many things, and I'm going to go over their roles and responsibilities first, and I'm assuming that there will be some questions after, and so I'm excited to address and talk about those things. This person will be responsible for working and creating programs that increase accessibility to historically marginalized fraternities and sororities at Colorado State University, working in tandem with our FSL office, so Ajane Hopkins, Natalie, Lindsay, all of those folks. Lindsay actually did sit down with me and Joseph, and we presented this job description to her, and there were many things that she liked about this job description and that she helped us tweak within this job description to better fit what that collaboration could look like. Lindsay Self, for those of you who don't know, is the director of the Fraternity and Sorority Life office downstairs. All right. This person will also be responsible for attending fraternity and sorority life events as a representative of ASCSU, serving on the FSL Sustainability Council if that's something we do choose to pursue. I don't think it is at this time. This person will also be responsible for working with ASCSU Marketing and Communication to promote some of the same recruitment efforts as as FSL and ASCSU finds in tandem with each other that they can collaborate on. If we go back up, there was something else in here that I wanted to highlight. And all these things are things that we can work on and talk about. But nonetheless, this is a position that is more so like a liaison position, like all the positions in ASCSU. This is just the high-level overview of what this role will function and do. But essentially, it's a liaison position, as many of our positions function in. So that's my presentation.
Awesome. With that, we'll be entering a 10-minute period of Q&A by first raised placard. Chair McLaughlin, Senator McLaughlin.
In the interest of time, I would like to make a motion to previous question with the stipulation that I will make a motion on Friday when this faces its final read to have a period of Q&A then, so that we can still have time to ask questions, but we can also start moving things along because it is almost 10:30 and I'm about to pass out.
Do I hear a second? Second. Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and send this to committee. It can go to internal affairs. Woo. Thank you both. Next, we'll be moving into ratification of the Office of the President. All those fun people.
I motion to put the election of committee chair for this next item on the agenda. The reason behind that is that is constitutionally obligated to happen tonight, and it is 10:30.
Second.
Okay. So dissent only from senators as a point of clarification, but additionally, second to the motion, take the motion, there was a second?
Second.
Awesome. Is there any dissent to this motion? Awesome. With that, we'll go ahead and vote on this by voice. All those in favor of Hayden's motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. I don't know why I tried voice. That was my bad. Okay, we'll go ahead and do this by placard. All those in favor, please raise your placard. Thank you. You can go ahead and put those down. All those opposed, please raise your placard. You can go ahead and put those down. Any abstentions?
That's fine.
It's not 2/3 with a vote of 9 to 7 to 5. This fails, and we'll go ahead and move into the ratification of the office of the president. Y'all are good to go. Present.
All right. Welcome our Office of the President. This is Ella Davis, Andrew White, and Isaac Jabra. These are some of the most qualified people that we have interviewed this far for these roles. And they brought a life, a joy, and a synergy to these roles that I'm grateful for. One, but I also think our space will be grateful for. To tell you a little bit more about these folks, Ella Davis currently leads 10 chapters and 1,000+ students through the Panhandle Council. She also majors in construction management and minors in business administration. The thing that she's excited about that we got to share a good joy in is the professional development opportunities for all in ASCSU, and it'll be a good opportunity. I think that professional development is a critical component to how you all, right, and how we truly, as colleagues, develop, grow, and become who we aim to be, not only from this point, but to where we are then, or are now to our then. And so I'm excited to have Ella on board for this role. I think she's going to bring a life to it. In her interview, in her interview and application material, she also spoke about her emphasis for internal development and the expertise that she holds behind that. And so not only aiding our operations officer on the operational side of things and development of our project management softwares, onboarding, and aiding a good culture. And you are a subject matter expert in aiding culture. And so I'm excited to see that come to life in your role. I think team building and team bonding more so, I think, is what I want to say you're skilled at, team bonding, because that's what it is. It's one thing to build a team and it's one thing to bond people. And I'm excited enough to have 100% confidence in your ability to do such. Andrew White, our Chief of Operations, has established ASCSU's Public Initiative Tracker. And then in Andrew's interview, Andrew talked about how he is passionate about doing weekly skill buildings for cabinet. So building on this idea of professional development and how we make that accessible to all members of ASCSU is something we're still pending, but it was a great idea that we haven't seen in ASCSU yet. And so I'm excited for the ways in which that will revolutionize this space. Your ideation in terms of ASCSU alumni relations, I'm excited to hear more about. And then also expanding on the transparency efforts of the executive branch, I think was also a passion point or a touch point for you as well. So I'm excited, and I think it'll revolutionize the way that we do operational excellence or consider operational excellence within our organization. Thank you. A little bit more about Andrew White is that he is a mechanical engineering major here and a Walter Scott Scholar, and also holds a certificate in project management. And I think that'll come in handy. You are rooted in a purpose-driven philosophy for leadership, and I think that is really going to propel you to the next level in this role. So I'm excited, and for you too, I'm elated to see what you do with the role. Isaac, my good friend. Isaac, for those of you who don't know, is a first year. Isaac, I'm excited because the passion and the dedication, and we all know like that level of living on the edge, or like that kind of that dance with the devil that you have to join ASCSU at any point in your collegiate career. Wow, it's a testament to just your character and the character of all the folks in here. And to do that your first year it's bold, and that is the type of leadership that we strive to see in here. It's that leap of faith. And so I thank you for taking that leap of faith and joining our space and giving your talents to our space in the intern capacity in this last year. Isaac, I'm excited to work with you specifically because you're excited to link the executive and the Senate. And as you know, like one of the roles and responsibilities of the administrative coordinator is it's a lot of administrative work, but specifically on the side of presentations and compiling the work of ASCSU's executive branch, judicial, and Senate body to ensure that we have a cohesive presentation to put together for stakeholders, including Senate, including student groups, to say this is what ASCSU has been up to. So not only honing in on this idea of better transparency, but really living up to it. And so I am elated that was your touch point, that's what you're excited to see and that's what you're excited to do. Thank you. What I'll also add is that you're a psychology major, and as you noted, or maybe as you might have noted, all of these fine folks up here come from different walks of just walks of campus, right? We have a psychology major represented here, construction management, and then a mechanical engineering major. And so I'm excited to see what the conversations will look like between all of us because we're all approaching our conversations from a different walk of life within campus and also just a different frame of mind with how we even think to put programs and projects and pieces together. And so I'm excited to see it. These are the candidates that we put forth to you all tonight for Chief of Staff, Chief of Operations, and Administrative Coordinator. They had very thorough interviews where I sat them down and I was like, it's real low key, really, really no big deal. And then I was like, so what's your leadership philosophy, right? And, it was a nice dynamic when all of you were so eloquent and showed up so well in those moments. And so we appreciate it. And I thank you for being here tonight. I think that is also a testament to the leaders that you are involving in this space. So that's my spiel, and I think I did good on time. All right, so that's my spiel about Ella Davis, Andrew White, and Isaac DeRobert. All right.
In a personal privilege, could we have the candidates introduce themselves?
Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Ella Davis and I use the she, hers pronouns. As Jakai previously stated, I'm a third year studying construction management with a minor in business administration. I'm really excited for the opportunity to serve in this way and in this capacity and to get to know ASCSU better and work under Joseph and Jakai. I admire them a lot, so I'm really excited for the work that we're going to all do as a team.
Hi everyone, my name is Andrew White. I think I've met some of you before. I've been in this space and turning under Jakai for this previous year. And so I'm just really excited to kind of expand on what we can do as an organization. And I'm super excited to work with Ella, Isaac, Jakai, and Joseph. And yeah, like Jakai said, I'm a second year mechanical engineering major, minor in entrepreneurship. And I'm just really excited to build systems and transparency and really show the student body what we do with our student fees. I think that's super important.
Hey everybody, my name is Isaac, and as Jakai said, I'm a first year studying psychology and economics. One of the things that I'm really excited for about this role is unifying ASCSU, making it feel more like a body that represents the student body. As Jakai mentioned, I came in my first year, actually sat in Senate. I watched the Senate chambers, I watched how it works, and I'm really excited to see how we can make some improvements in the future and work together.
If I may, can I move to strike SFRB bylaws revision from the agenda? I don't think that's a matter, but congratulations.
With that, we'll move into 10 minutes of Q&A.
I'd like to motion to put these candidates on a slate.
There's been dissent. So we're going to do this by voice vote. All in what?
I'm not dissenting. Sorry, I was just.
We had dissent.
Oh,
yeah. We'll do this by voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? I'm going to say the ayes have it. With that, are there any questions? Senator Miller.
I have a series of few questions for you all. Firstly, how do you plan to manage collaboration and other interbranch relations between branches?
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit new to all the ASCSU workings and branches and how everything works, but I think collaboration starts with honest conversation and with understanding the purpose behind each branch too and how we all work. It's a well-oiled machine to get things done together. So I think my strategy and plan would be to start with goals for each branch and then figure out how we can all contribute to those rather than it just being an individual goal per branch.
I want to echo what Ella said a lot. I'm going to talk a little more specifically. I think it comes from collaborating with events. Morgan came in the cabinet the other day and she said we'd love to work with you guys in the future on so that's the judicial branch and the executive branch. And I think starting to do that is super important. Also, the public initiative tracker is something that we launched this year, and I really want to expand that to include what the legislative and judicial branches do as well. And really bring full transparency to the student body of what all three branches accomplish with their student fee dollars. And so I think that's paramount to ASCSU's mission.
I think I'm just going to say the same things that they did. We're all very kind, very outgoing people, and I think we're going to do a great job of communicating as an organization.
Cool. My next question is, how would you define your leadership style?
I would define my leadership style as more of a phrase, I suppose. So doing the work with the people rather than delegating it. I think a lot of trust and dependability comes from sitting down with people and understanding where they're coming from and doing it with them rather than just listening. I think getting down and doing the dirty work is really important because it's great to sit up here and say this, that, or the other, but if you actually understand it because you've been there and you've done it and you've tried to understand someone's experience, that can be a lot more effective and go way further than just acknowledging it.
Yeah, I think for me, there's two aspects. I think it has to begin with service to the people that you're working with. I think the leadership has to stem from listening and understanding where everyone else you work with is coming from. And also, I think a strategic aspect of being rooted in your mission and your values. I mean, at the end of the day, ASCSU, we're all here to serve the student body. We're all here to enhance the student experience. We're all here to make sure every student feels heard, valued, and gets the greatest education they can, to get the experience that they want from college that they're paying for. And so really coming with those two understandings that we're held together by the same mission and prioritizing that, we're making sure everyone is heard, everyone feels like they're valued and can do what they want to do within this organization.
Again, I think they both phrased it very well. I think it starts in a place of trust. I think you have to trust the people who are leading you, and the only way that you can get that is through leadership and through leading by example. And that's what I believe in because it's what I've been raised on. I'm somebody who I trust somebody if they're doing it alongside with me, and I think that's the most powerful message that you can send to somebody.
Cool. My last question is, do you feel confident in your familiarity with both ASCSU and non-ASCSU resources to support your cabinet?
I just want to make a brief. That's what I was looking for. Make sure that you're phrasing it as ratification questions, not interview questions. So like, did they check? Blah, 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 blah. Cool. Thank you, Fiona.
I'll rephrase. Were you evaluated on your confidence in your familiarity with ASCSU and non-ASCSU resources?
Yes.
Yeah, I was as well.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Thank you. I yield like that.
Thank you, Senator Miller. With that, Senator Roberts.
Second.
Do you hear any dissent to this motion?
Dissent.
Hearing dissent, we'll vote on this by voice. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the ayes have it. We'll go ahead and move into a period of discussion debate. If I can ask you all to lead.
All of us.
It's the Joseph Hewitt for support. Thank you, Joseph. Okay. Backwards race left. Senator McLaughlin, you're the only one tripping up on it. It's fun. Okay, cool.
I'm so special. I think we all might have things to say about this, but I want to make it clear that these are the people that Jakai has chosen to work directly below him. These aren't the people that will be leading the various departments of ASCSU. This is his team. So I think we should give a lot of preference to the fact that he's chosen the right people to help him do his job when we're making our decision. And I'll move to previous question.
Second.
Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into voting. Senator Taylor.
I motion to approve these candidates by unanimous consent.
Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none. Kyle, you're not the president. They're still not inside yet. We were getting so good.
When you're ready, please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Andrew White,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
With that, we'll be moving into the election. Yes, Senator Luna.
Hi, I'd like to motion for the accessibility caucus renewal and election to table it to Friday.
Is that constitutionally wait, the accessibility caucus election specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah. Renewal has to happen annually. I'm looking at you, David. Not specifically on the first session, right?
We can double check that.
We can renew and just elect later because renewal doesn't require the election, correct?
Yes.
Cool. The election.
With that, we'll be moving into the election of committee chairs, starting with the Internal Affairs Committee, looking for nominations. Speaker Pro Tem Portlets.
I nominate Senator Sarah Gilroy.
Do you accept this nomination?
I do.
Awesome. Exemplary Committee Member Laura Davis.
I'd like to nominate Senator Christie.
Sorry. Do you accept?
Yes.
Into a link.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Any other nominations? Seeing none, going in order of nomination because that's quicker. Sarah, you go first. Olivia, if you can step outside.
Oh, is that Morgan's phone?
Good shit, guys.
Exact. Someone let this up. Senators who have voting rights, don't worry about that. I'll have someone who doesn't have voting rights take care. Oh, we already had that happen. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Good evening, everyone. I know we're all exhausted, so let me try to move quickly through this. For those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Sarah Frances Gilroy, and I am currently a senator for the College of Engineering. Tonight, however, I'm honored to be running for the chair of Internal Affairs Committee. I have been a senator for the College of Engineering since this past fall. And during all this time, I feel that I've only just begun to understand the reach that ASCSU is capable of and could progress even further, given the right structure, communication, and collaboration. Through my desire to become more involved in shaping our ASCSU Senate, I reached out to former Chair Lutz, the former Internal Affairs Committee Chair. They were able to provide an in-depth look into not only Internal Affairs Committee, but also into how the Senate runs through its committees in far more depth than I previously understood. I have been a consistent attendee of the Internal Affairs Committee, which, surprise, surprise, has become the reason I decided to run for this position. In this role, I see so much potential for bouncing off the foundation former Chair Lutz has created in various different ways. At its core, student government should reflect the values of accessibility, transparency, and efficiency. Internal Affairs Committee should be the pillar of these values, seeing as this committee relates to the backbone of the Senate structure itself. As chair, my mission is simple: to streamline our operations, open lines of communication and partnership between committees and senators, and to make the legislative process more approachable for every voice in this room. Far too often, great ideas get caught in procedural bottlenecks. I myself initially looked upon the writing legislation process as quite the daunting task. My platform is about changing that
ensuring that writing and proposing legislation is not a task for the few who know the ropes, but a process that welcomes everyone who wants to improve our campus. That means practical resources, making the Constitution and ASCSU procedures more palatable, banks of easy-to-follow templates, and support networks for any senator or committee member who wants to take action. A more knowledgeable and informed senator means more thorough legislation, which means a more supported and progressive CSU campus. As Internal Affairs Chair, I will also focus on increasing intercommittee coordination. Too often it seems as if committees are completely separate and isolated entities. We are strongest when we move together, not as individuals, but as a unified Senate body that supports each other's initiatives and shares information freely. By reaching out to individual committees and acting as a bridge between them, my goal is to create and send out a connection document whenever new specific legislation presents itself, highlighting shared goals that could be more easily achieved should certain committees work together. Finally, I will hold our processes as a student government accountable to the values and mission of Colorado State University: inclusion, integrity, respect, service, and social justice. For nothing can be achieved in a democracy without valuing all of those who are a part of the larger body, both those in ASCSU and those unaffiliated. If our procedures don't support those values, then it's time we rethink them. I'm not running just to fill a seat. I'm running because I believe we can do better, and because I believe in helping this Senate work smarter and more collaboratively for the good of all CSU students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Awesome. With that, we'll be moving into a period of Q&A by first Chris Blackard.
Hi, I will uphold the university's beliefs of diversity, equity, inclusion, as well as check your biases.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a firm believer that every voice should be heard and that everybody should be respected and valued. I know Amika mentioned it in her speech. It's not enough just to be heard. People need to be valued when they're sharing their opinions so that way they can feel respected and feel like they're going to be heard. And that their opinions will be taken into consideration in legislation and how we move forward as a Senate body. How I'll check my own biases is allowing others to hold me accountable. I think it's so unconscious how we have biases towards other people, other groups, even situations, and we have no idea that we have these biases. So it's so important for those around us to hold us accountable and for ourselves to be open-minded enough to hear out the people around us and know that they're only trying to better us as individuals and better us as more open-minded and inclusive individuals.
Second question, work-life balance, simple as that.
For sure. That's a great question. And of course, coming from the senator for the College of Engineering, everybody's wondering it. I swear we're just a bunch of complainers, honestly. I actually somehow managed to get Tuesdays completely free next semester, so I definitely have free time to spare. And I've always thought that if something is important enough to you, you find a way to make time in your schedule, and you find a way to make it important to yourselves and to those around you. And so in this position, it would be a priority. And if it's a priority in my life, there will be time made for it.
And finally, the most pertinent question for this position: how we can handle all of our internal documents and also make sure that they are both understandable for the average day student as well.
Right. And I feel like this is such a point of great discussion and where I want to jump off of if I were to acquire this position. I've talked to former Chair Lutz in depth about this and about how they have worked through and started to build this foundation of documents and making them less convoluted and more approachable for everyone involved. And I feel like that's one of the struggles as people coming into the Senate is not knowing the procedures, not being able to handle the documents. And so that's kind of why I wanted to set up those programs of making these banks of templates and making these banks of information where people can go and kind of get through the jargon of what our Constitution is right now and what our documents are right now, because it is something that's very hard to swallow when you first join in. So, thank you.
All right, with that, motion to previous question.
Second. Any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into the next thing. Can you bring the other patients in? Thank you. Personal privilege. Does anyone have any ibuprofen or Tylenol? Hang on. Dude, on deck. Thank you. Okay. 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 All right. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Olivia Frisky. I hope to get to know each and every one of you. If I haven't yet, many of you I already do know. And I already am excited to work with you for this upcoming year. A little about me is I'm a junior studying interdisciplinary liberal arts with a concentration in history and anthropology and a minor in women's studies, which is so much to say. I work at the Survivor Advocacy Center in Feminist Education, oh my god, whew. Sorry, let me catch my breath here. I work at the Survivor Advocacy and Feminist Education Center. I've done consent training, I've done presentations, and overall advocating for survivors on campus. This will be my third year at ASCSU. I've also been a chair for 2 years of the Women in Social Justice Caucus. I was able to lead initiatives and volunteer my time to help further social justice in this space. One of my first actions as a chair was to pass a bill to change the name of the caucus to be able to address more problems, from just Women's Caucus to Women in Social Justice, to include many more people and issues that face our campus, plus the intersectionality. My strength is how much I care. I care about this space, I care about the Constitution of ASCSU, and I care about each of you. In order to fully help everyone achieve what they care about, what all of you care about, we need a functioning document that serves us best. In the role of Internal Affairs, I see it as an opportunity to make sure that everything we pass is able to stand within our Constitution and documents legally. With the new creation of the Constitution Subcommittee, we can see shortfalls of our documents and fix them. I have a printed out copy of the Constitution, Bylaws, and Election Code in my car that is annotated. I have some changes I want to make, and I didn't bring it in because it was raining, and I didn't want to get it wet, and I didn't have enough room on my backpack, so full disclosure there. I want to make sure, I also have the honor of being friends with the former chair, Ellie Lutz, and friendships with so many other brains in this space that know far more than me, and I'm so honored to be friends with. I feel familiar and confident in my knowledge of ASCSU. I ran my caucus very relaxed. However, I'm also confident in my ability to run a structured meeting. I believe that I can become a stronger voice in this space for the good of our constituencies through this position. I love questions.
Hi, universities of the ideals of diversity, equity, inclusion, how will you uphold them and also check your biases?
Okay, I think I got that whole question there. So I think one of my best practices, not only in the work I do in women's studies, but also in this space, is making sure that I know when to stop talking and let other voices be heard, because there are so many different experiences, and I'm quite aware of my privilege, and that I am not the only CSU student and not the only perspective. So to be able to amplify other people's voices is really what's important to me. And also I'm always, my arms are open, my doors are open. I'm always willing for people to come and tell me, hey,
don't do that. Hey, this is where you're falling short. And even if I don't get this position, please come to me and tell me these things.
Second question, work-life balance.
I think my biggest issue with work-life balance as far as ASCSU in the past has gone is because I've been volunteering my time and haven't gotten compensated for it. I've had to put in less time as I'd like because I have to afford to live and afford rent, school, all of the above. So with this position, it does come with pay, which is nice. Not a lot, but it's nice, and I would really, really appreciate that because then I can cut down in other places for my work so that I can actually like fully commit and put more time and effort into this. I'm taking less classes next semester, and I've already put aside like ASCSU will be a priority for me.
Finally, the important question. How will you make the internal documents of this organization easily accessible for the average student and make it so they can better understand them?
Yes, so I think one of the main things is I really want to print off a bunch of copies and have them here in the Senate space, here in committee itself. Just having the physical copy can help a lot. I would make sure I work with the parliamentarian and make sure that everything is online correctly, but also talking to people through like the constitutional subcommittee about how to make it more accessible as far as language goes and easily understandable.
All right, motion for each question.
Any dissent? Hearing none, if you could go ahead and take a step outside, and we're waiting until the door closes till we raise placards. Amazing, fantastic.
Point of personal privilege, can we again add on the candidate's name, the power and then along with that, motion to the previous motion. Second.
Any dissent?
Dissent.
Awesome, hearing some dissent, we'll go ahead and vote on whether or not we can on by voice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions?
Division.
Division, we're doing it by placard. All those in favor raise your placard.
6, 7, 9,
Yes. You can go ahead and put those down. Anyone opposed? Raise your placard. Thank you. Any abstentions? Even for purposes of advocacy, is it 2/3 or is it majority? Awesome, thank you. This motion fails by one vote. With that discussion, debate continues. Does anyone else have a point of discussion debate? Lauren Davis.
My favorite line is to talk about Olivia all the time. I will keep it quick because I have a lot to get through, but because this is like a contested election, I do just want to advocate for Senator Brisky.
She has been in the space for multiple years, and first and foremost, is just like a great person to go to if you have questions, if you have any concerns, just generally either about like the ASCSU space, which is very important when it comes to internal affairs, because it's dealing with the internal affairs of ASCSU, but also just generally, she's super knowledgeable about a lot of things. And I think that that's also something to consider because she fosters such an inclusive environment and social justice caucus that she's able to allow the difference of thought and the people to like, really express their true thoughts, which I think is imperative when it comes to making edits to bills and just being in the committee in general is like fostering that thought. She's really great at doing that and allowing people to talk about the things that they want to talk about and make the changes they want to make. And then again, she has a ton of experience within the ASCSU space in general, which is imperative to an internal affairs committee because just doing internal affairs. So I think that she's able to bring a high level of institutional knowledge to the space. And so I urge you to vote for Senator Fiske on those motions, and I'll yield back to the chair.
I'm advocating for Sarah. Well, I think both of these are great and qualified candidates. Seeing that Sarah has basically been shadowing Ellie, I think she's really qualified. I think she's really knowledgeable, and she has a lot of close ties to executive, and it's something I would like to see in this position as someone really dedicated to interbranch connections, because I will die on that hill. But I yield the rest of my time. I want to keep it short.
Awesome, thank you. Any other points of discussion or debate? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into voting. Anyone have a preferred method? Oh yeah, I think secret ballot. It's getting towards 11 o'clock. Ballots will be passed out to you. Bring them to the front once you write the name down, and we'll count them. Thank you.
Never mind. It's up there.
Where? What? I'm going to be awake.
It is possible, but I hope that's not too hard.
Oh, wow.
All the way. On my way home.
That's funny. That's funny.
That's a legitimate.
That's on set, so. What?
Wait, did you get that one?
Yeah.
Oh, and it's pretty.
Everyone got a slip at each one on this side.
Yeah.
No, I think yeah.
Are there any more ballots?
Yes, I think quite a few more ballots.
So, yeah, I actually want to pass now, and it's like,
I think we can get the
wait, I raised $1. Hold on, starting from when the results.
Any more ballots? Any more ballots? No? No? Okay, cool.
We're gonna next then. Once my phone's not dead, next time.
Yeah, I know. I know where I'm
Hey, so how's all my new senators feeling so good or what?
We're making bets on how much longer we have.
I
Put
do.
30 minutes.
Yeah, that's of course.
Are you taking 45 for $1?
I could do 45 for $1.
Okay, so just saying under.
I say 30 exactly, yeah.
30, so you can be exact.
Sorry, below 30. Yeah,
Below 30,
sorry.
and then I'll take 30 to 45, and then take 45. How much money are you? $1.
Oh,
I don't know.
And below 45.
Well, I'm gonna text Sammy and be like, "That's Sammy question. That's not answer my question."
I'll have to explain how to do my really like
It's white bread.
Thank you. And some great. Two questions. Every question, and then also work-life balance. Those two questions. I'm going to ask this to
But are there subjects about
Nice.
Awesome. Congratulations, Sarah.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Sarah Francis Gilroy,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth
by
the Constitution
the
Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
the
duties of my office
duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Awesome. With that, we'll be moving into the election of University Affairs Committee Chair. Senator Taylor.
I'd like to nominate a candidate.
I would assume so.
Speaker Emeritus Hayden Taylor.
Senator Taylor, do you accept this nomination?
I do.
Awesome. It's the city I never know how the good ones to do it. Okay, Senator Miller.
I'd like to nominate Senator Josie.
Awesome. Josie, do you accept this nomination?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Any other nominations for University Affairs Chair? Seeing none, going in order of nomination, Hayden, you'll be going first. Josie, you can stand up.
Howdy, folks. I know this has been quite a late night, so I'm going to make this as fast as I possibly can. The University Affairs Committee seeks to address university-wide student needs and concerns on campus, as well as matters pertaining to external partnerships to respond to those kinds of concerns. And I think that's kind of exactly what I would like to be doing this year in the Senate as my final year within ASCSU. I have a lot of experience with ASCSU with leading a committee. I joined in the 52nd Senate as a senator, and the next Senate I was elected to be the chair of the Internal Affairs Committee, and then obviously I just finished my term as the Speaker of the Senate, so I think I have a decent knowledge of what being a committee chair entails, and I think I have a lot of good vision along those lines. I have a lot of good experience within my last couple of positions of managing a team and working within the team as the legislative cabinet, and I think that's going to be one of my biggest strengths if I'm elected to this position. I know and I have good relationships with all of the people that we've elected tonight to be the legislative cabinet. And I think that the experiences that I have with that can be valuable. I have a lot of experience as well with talking to students and knowing the concerns that they have and the needs that they have. I think most notably, the housing caucus that we have that was established by a bill that I wrote after having discussions with students about housing. And I would like to continue and expand upon efforts to get students involved and get the opinions of students. I think that's also seen in my attempt to establish the public relations position in the Senate that was just elected tonight, finally. I think that myself, as well as the Speaker of the Senate, have big visions with what the University Affairs Committee Chair can be doing. We had a Lex that we wrote last year that we ended up pulling and not finishing, but I would like to get back to that. Basically looking to increase the participation of the University Affairs Chair on things like LSAB, to continue to build the connections like the committee is supposed to be doing. I think that I have a lot of connections built up based on my last couple of positions with admin and people like that who can help to make effective change in ASCSU. I have a lot of experience and knowledge, basically, is kind of my pitch to you tonight. I'm happy to take questions. I hope I didn't take too long.
Awesome.
Universities, DEI, DEI, how we look hold it, and biases, checking your biases.
That's a good question, and thank you. I think that I have a lot of experience, obviously, with impartiality. The Speaker of the Senate is supposed to be an impartial position, and committee chairs are supposed to be impartial positions. And I think that the last 2 years that I've held one of those positions, I've done a decent job of that. I think most of you would attest to that. So, impartiality and getting all voices a seat at the table is something that's important to me. I want to have all voices have a seat at the table. I think that being focused on getting the input of diverse backgrounds in student outreach will be a focus of mine as well. I'm happy to collaborate with executive and some outreach opportunities and with some of the positions that we've elected tonight with the same.
Work-life balance, get it?
Yeah, I finally don't have the workload of the Speaker of the Senate, thank God. So I'm going to have plenty of time on my hands, I think. ASCSU, as many of you might know, is kind of my whole life. If I'm not in class, I'm in the ASCSU office. I love ASCSU, and I've dedicated my whole time at college to ASCSU, and so that's not going to be an issue.
I have 2 more questions for you. Excellent. 1, the university is something that is very vast and has many diverse groups of people and students who attend that. And one of the things I would like to ask you is, how will you ensure that any student, no matter who they may be, who walks in and attends your committee is heard and valued and listened to as a student of this university?
I know that some committees have had issues with that, issues with people kind of dominating discussions, and I would like to help to avoid that. I think I'm decent at facilitating meetings, especially small meetings like committees, and kind of giving people the voice that they want to have. I think oftentimes in my life, I've been somebody who's kind of been overlooked in conversations, and so I always like to have a focus too on maybe who's being left out, who's being silenced because the conversation is being dominated by other people.
And my final question for you, Senator Taylor, as someone who has been Internal Affairs Chair, someone who's been Speaker of the Senate, someone who's been Senator, who has a great understanding, even greater than my own, of the Senate and how it works and how these committees operate. Even if you do not win this position, are you still able to provide that institutional knowledge, that connections, and that same passion to whoever may fill the seat next and all the other chairs and fellow officers of the Senate body?
I came back to the Senate to do exactly that. I mean, I think that in ASCSU, we see a lot of people who get a position like speaker, who get a position like committee chairs, and the turnover rate is quite high. We've had, I think, only one other person hold the position of speaker and come back to be in the Senate, and that's Kyle Hill. I've got to mention Kyle. But I think that a lot of why I wanted to continue in the Senate is because not only I love the legislative branch, and I do, but I think that we have a desperate need for people with knowledge and people with experience to be able to pass on that knowledge to the next generation of senators. That's why I came back. I think that's something that would make me a valuable asset as a committee chair, but I would be happy to do that as a senator as well.
Thank you. With that, I motion the previous question.
Okay. Hearing dissent, voice. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I think the nays have it, but let's do it anyways. Abstentions. Awesome, the nays have it, and with that, we'll still be continuing on with our Q&A, starting with Senator Miller.
Hi. I have a series of good questions for you. Part of being chair involves knowing when to shut down conversations when they're no longer relevant, unproductive, or violating the decorum rules. How do you plan to ensure that conversations in committee remain productive and on topic?
That's a good question. I think that's one of the most valuable skills that you can have in a position like that, is knowing how and when to shut something down and how and when to let something continue. I think that just my experience within ASCSU as both committee chair and speaker have given me quite a bit of time doing that, so I would be totally comfortable with that. I think if things get off topic and out of hand, I would have no issue with putting a stop to that and keeping us focused on the issue, which, by the way, is the students that we all represent.
What have you done thus far during your time at CSU to ensure that university-wide issues are being addressed at a large-scale level?
What an amazing question. I think the most tangible one, obviously, is the establishment of the Housing Caucus. That was something that I had a lot of conversations with students about, and that was actually a project that was initiated by talking to students. I had discussions with a lot of people in housing when we established that, of how that would look and what kinds of things they would be dealing with. I think that my experience too, just being speaker, where I have connections with admin, I've sat in on meetings with people in upper administration, people who deal with a lot of the big picture issues, and have been able to provide the input back from students to them. So I think that I have the connections and the experience to continue to get that position. Does that answer that question?
Yes, it does. What connections do you have outside of ASU, and how have you utilized those connections to gain more student engagement in ASCSU?
I think the best way to get engagement is just by talking to students. I talk to students quite a bit in my classes. I talk to students who I see out on the plaza. I have students who have gotten in contact with me about things that they want to be looking at as a senator, as a committee chair, and a speaker. So I have quite a bit of experience with just having those discussions with people, seeing what they think about things, and getting them involved. I've gotten multiple people involved in ASCSU who wouldn't have, I think, without those kinds of conversations, and that's something I want to continue. The point is to be outreach focused, so that would be a
Cool. And one final question. I'm going to be frank. No one in past years, no one has cared about university affairs. How will you make people care about university affairs?
Well, that's one of those things that impact all of us, and I think that's one of those things that impact all of us the most tangibly. We as students face a lot of issues that oftentimes don't get the time spent that I think they deserve to have. And so I think that kind of pushing the message that what we talk about in committee, that what we do in the Senate is valuable and it impacts students' day-to-day lives would be one of the best ways I can do that. Like I said, I would be outreach focused, obviously trying to get people to come into committee and Senate, people not within ASCSU, because I value those opinions quite a bit as well. But continuing conversations and having people realize and acknowledge that this impacts all of us.
Fantastic. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Senator Camberg.
Will you continue the tradition of light bribery in the form of a Capri Sun or greater for attendance?
I'm open to it.
I yield.
Awesome. Any other questions for Senator Taylor? Seeing none, if you could bring the other candidate in. Thank you.
Hi, first of all, before I like to get into my speech, I just want to call attention to the inaccessibility of the space that I see tonight. As you can see, our numbers have dwindled significantly since we started at 6:30. Maybe we didn't even start at 6:30. There's a multitude of factors that go into this. I think one of them is definitely air conditioning, which is something that we can't necessarily control, but I think something in our control, while it's not something that can happen overnight, is systematic change. There needs to be systematic change regarding these timelines. It's ineffective, inefficient, and frankly, a disservice to our students. As a student myself, I know for a fact I have a 15-page paper due tomorrow, and I can't attend the emergency session because I have work, because I have to work multiple jobs to sustain myself. So I think we should consider this when we're going forth in our roles. And with that, I'd like to start with my speech. Good evening, fellow senators. For those who don't know me, my name is Felicity Luna, and starting today, I've officially been in my position as Senator for the Student Disability Center for exactly 1 year. Throughout my time at ASCSU, I've had the honor of serving as the Vice Chair for the University Affairs Committee, the sole undergraduate representative on the Faculty Council Committee on Libraries, and a representative of the legislative branch on the Legislative Strategy Advisory Board. Outside of ASCSU, I think I truly put the student and student leader. This is my second year at CSU studying both political science and Spanish, and in addition to this, I'm also a resident assistant for Braden Hall and an hourly employee in campus dining. In the past year, I've had the opportunity to create change on this campus, working with a coalition of fellow student leaders to ensure that we accurately and effectively advocate on behalf of the student body on a multitude of levels. I share these accomplishments not to brag, but to recognize the feat that this has been, to recognize the historical struggle of student advocacy, and to recognize the power that this organization has. At the core of this organization, we are student leaders representing fellow students. We can't stray away from this mission. We can't function as an organization without connecting with the students that we are advocating on behalf of. One of my favorite quotes that you may have heard repeatedly is "Nothing about us without us." As a University Affairs Chair, I will ensure that we hold our organization to this standard. In my time as University Affairs Chair, I will lead an initiative to shift our organization to data-based decision-making to its highest potential. I understand that collecting data from the student population often proves difficult, but I believe that this organization will greatly benefit from student opinion polls throughout the year to better inform our advocacy. As a student leader, I believe that I can efficiently and effectively carry out the duties of a University Affairs Chair. Impartiality is something I seldom struggle with, as I often enjoy finding the gray in situations that people might find to be black and white. Furthermore, the role of the University Affairs Chair committee actually is to deal with affairs pertaining to university-wide student needs and concerns, as well as any matters relating to building external partnerships with local and state governments in order to respond to those needs or concerns. That's directly from the job description. As a student leader in this past year, I worked with LSAB and the CRC delegation to better understand the policies at the university, local and state level. Even as student leaders, I often found my peers and I lost, confused, and feeling underrepresented in settings. And as a University Affairs Chair, I will build the interbranch relation to be a cooperation on these set initiatives to ensure that as an organization, we are politically aware and understand the issues that are affecting our students. Now, for some specific aspirations I have for this role, I'd like to reemphasize the importance of database decision making. After conducting a personal small public opinion poll of 14 students at CSU, I found that on a 5-point scale, 35.7% of respondents ranked their ASCSU familiarity as a 4, and then we had a second place tie of 21.4% of respondents ranking their familiarity as either 1 or 5. And then when asked, how much do you care about ASCSU, 50% of respondents ranked their care as 4. Given this data, it's evident that students value the organization. They might just not truly understand our capabilities. One of the comments in the pre-response question that really struck me was coming from a student that said that they feel that our form of legislation doesn't represent the idea of students first. And that's a bold claim. And when they went further, they were stating that it would be interesting as a way to, remedy this would be for students to write their own bills and present them through senator collaboration. And honestly, I found this a little comical because it already exists. And the fact that students don't know that it exists, that this is a capability they have, is an issue. And as an organization overall, I believe that we should work towards increasing our campus visibility and creating a better understanding of what it means to be an advocate. Furthermore, something that caught my eye in the job description of the role is that the University Affairs Committee shall also be responsible for maintaining contact with the Colorado Student Government Coalition in order to advance statewide legislative efforts. To my knowledge, this is not an initiative that the legislative branch has been involved with, at least in the past year. And in this role, I will ensure that we rerun this initiative and ensure that organization-wide we remain in contact with other student governments among Colorado institutes of higher education. I mean, it only makes sense considering the amount of coalitions we're seeing across other universities. I think it's great to have your personal passion projects. I have many I want to pursue in this role, such as increasing student representation in every sphere, creating a course materials grant, and increasing student understanding of our weekly newsletter and operations. But ultimately, we should ensure our pursuits benefit the student before dedicating significant time to efforts the students might not even benefit from. I represent the students, and public input will shape my leadership fundamentally as a chair. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration for the University Affairs Chair position.
With that, we'll be entering a period of Q&A by first raised placard. Patrick, just incorporate your name in that little speech.
You really should. Anyway, yeah, universities, DE, diversity, equity, inclusion, pillars, how we uphold them and check biases.
Yeah, so I'm open to hear anyone out all the time, to be honest. Obviously, there's always those barriers, right? If you're not being germane, if you're questioning someone's human rights, like that's not up for discussion. But I think everyone should be heard, and we should, as an organization, definitely learn how to disagree better. And as a university overall, that was actually one of the questions I polled students on because I think it's so crucial to the ability of not just this organization to function, but as a university. And so really just keeping that open mind is something I'll do. And I think I've accurately done that in any position I've held thus far.
All right, work-life balance, hit it.
Yeah, that's a great question. Similar to Ellie, I have an insane calendar. I'm an RA, I'm an hourly employee, I'm a full-time student, and I'm also here. And so I don't think it's going to be much of an issue.
All right, and now the bread and butter question. As a university affairs chair, you will represent the interests of the university, which means the students itself. So I must ask you, how will you, as a university affairs chair, ensure that any student who walks into your committee is heard, valued, and listened to? I worded it so much better with Chair Taylor. Sorry.
No, you're good, totally. I think that comes with having, I don't know what the word for it would be, but standing on business really. As a chair, if I see there are multiple people who want to speak, I'm going to listen to all of them. And if there's for some reason a way that we're not going to hear anyone, I'm going to implement the time rule to make sure everyone's being heard. Everyone's opinion is crucial to ensuring that we're accurately representing the students, like you said, like I've said. So, yeah, does that answer your question?
Yep, and I know there are people on the speakers list, so I'm gonna yield. Don't worry.
Awesome. Senator Miller.
Hi, I have a series of 3 questions for you. I think it actually got edited to 4. Oh, well. There are questions. There's a list. Part of being chair involves knowing when to shut down conversations when they're no longer relevant, unproductive, or violating decorum goals. How do you plan to ensure conversations in committee remain productive and on topic?
Yeah, I think this is kind of going back to how I answered Enoch's question. It's a matter of standing on business. I think anyone who's been to university affairs could have seen my role as a chair. I am quick to talk to or as a vice chair, I'm so sorry. As a vice chair, I'm quick to, have that sidebar conversation with my chair, and call it out. And if I'm not having that side talk with my chair, I'm calling it out myself. So really it's just a matter of gauging the air, the space, the vibes, if you will, to ensure that everyone's being accurately heard.
Well, my next question, what have you done thus far during your time at CSU to ensure that university-wide issues are being addressed?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I answered some of this in my speech as I worked with LSAB and in the CRC delegation throughout this semester. LSAB working specifically on ensuring that students are represented at the state level and also at the local level. And exploring other ways that we can increase our student representation in the state of Colorado as a whole. Through my work as a CRC delegate, I've been in the meetings talking with university officials, talking with fellow CRC senators who are the ones being affected by these things, really getting onto the groundwork. And I think furthermore, like my role as a student outside of ASCSU, I'm an RA, I'm hearing it straight from the students. So students are coming to me and saying, hey, I'm scared. I'm going to listen to them and I'm going to work with my supervisor to find out how to fix things. Same thing as an hourly employee. You might not think that like as a barista just trying to make smoothies or things of the sort, you can enact some type of change, but you definitely can, and you can build a network that's even bigger. So I have an insane support network, I'd say, that I'm proud of as a second year here. That I work closely with. If I'm not directly making that actionable change, I'm advising someone on how they can do it. Because as a leader, it's not necessarily a matter of what can you do, but how can you empower the students you represent.
The next question that you essentially already touched on, but I asked the previous candidate, so I will ask you it too. What connections do you have outside of ASCSU, and how have you utilized those connections to gain more student engagement in ASCSU?
Yeah, definitely. Like I mentioned, I'm an RA. I'm also an hourly employee, and then I'm in my classes and things of the sort. So, I mean, definitely, I connect with my residents. I connect with other RAs, like to understand really what are the things going on, what's happening, what are the vibes, what's the issues that you're facing right now, and how can me myself and all others as student leaders support you in that. And so it's a matter of going to that ground up work. I don't think you need to be like, I don't know, a director or chair or anything to have connections, to know the student body and to be engaged. And so, yeah, I built a couple of connections, and I'm able to, email someone who maybe I don't talk to every day and ask them their opinions on my leadership style, issues that are facing the student body, things of the sort. So I hope that answered it. I can attest that I cannot walk around on campus without seeing someone I know, and I cannot study in the library in peace. So
thank you. That did answer my question. And my final question, let me be frank, in past years, no one has cared about university affairs. How will you make people care about university affairs?
Heck yeah, that's an amazing question. I think in the past year, through the way we kept some engagement was bribery. And, I'm not opposed to bribery, but I think we can also bribe beyond fruits and snacks with bribing with honestly the impact that you can have as a part of university affairs. Being in that room, you are able to make edits to crucial legislation that on the floor you virtually don't really have the ability to. And you're also there to be able to talk with people who have those connections, me, the chair, to, the government, our interbranch relations, like our governmental affairs teams, LSAB, etc., to ensure that you get a full view of the, like a wide understanding of the issues that we're speaking about. Did that answer?
Yes. Fantastic. I yield the rest of my time.
Awesome. With that, Senator Camber.
I yield to redundancy about bribery.
Amazing. Any other questions for our candidate? Awesome. With that, we're going to go ahead and enter your discussion. Okay. Felicity wasn't outside, so placard's down. Placard up. Fiona Miller, you went really, really high.
I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know we all have things to do. It's that week. But I have a little spiel because I love Senator Luna, truly. So for those of you who don't know me, hi, my name is Fiona Miller, and for the past year I've served as the University Affairs Committee Chair. And when I was holding vice chair elections in the fall, I was looking for someone who was always an active participant in committee discussion and driven towards creating change through their role in the Senate. I see being elected as vice chair as an opportunity to further elevate and an impactful voice in the space, and Senator Luna fit this description perfectly. Senator Luna has utilized her role as senator to its fullest extent. She is ambitious and always views everything critically. She truly was not over-exaggerating regarding her ability to remain impartial. She's the farthest thing from a yes fan. While she is my friend and was my support system throughout my chairship, she was never afraid to tell me where I was going wrong, where I was able to improve, and how to make those improvements. Even when she believed I was right about something, she still played devil's advocate, and I think that kind of willingness to identify and evaluate nuance in situations, especially with your friends, is incredibly valuable in a chair role. Additionally, at the end of the day, no one cares about university affairs, which is something I've never understood. University affairs is widely applicable to every student at this university. If you have a concern that involves the university, congrats, that falls under the scope of university affairs. And I think Jealousy really has the capacity to make people care about university affairs. She has more plans for this role than I have seen anyone else have. And I truly think her dedication to data collection as a means of gauging interest in initiatives is really important in ensuring that our actions reflect really, truly what the students want. One thing I talked about when I ran for chair last year was ensuring that we are utilizing our positions to their fullest extent and ensuring that we are able to build these government-related connections that are described in the job description stated in the bylaws. I was not able to accomplish that for a whole slew of reasons, and I was really never the perfect person to accomplish that. I was just the person that ran. However, I think that we really do have the perfect person in front of us. Senator Luna is a member of LSAB this past year and built a lot of connections within the governmental affairs department. She is truly meant for university affairs, and I really did spend a lot of the year wondering why I was chair and she wasn't. I could not be more proud of her nor more enthusiastic about her candidacy, and I urge you all to vote yes for Senator Jealousy Luna. Thank you.
Are there any other? We're nice. We're calm. We're winning. You know.
I've been awake since 6:30.
Second.
As stated by Fiona, I am moving wholeheartedly for Jealousy to win. I cannot vote. But I will also state reasons why I believe it would be better to sort of vote for Jealousy over Senator Taylor. He's not going away. He's going to be here, and that's a plain and run of it. If we are worried about institutional knowledge being lost, that's the reason why I asked him two additional questions instead of the main bread and butter one. So with that, I just want y'all to know he's still going to be here. He's still going to be able to help out. Also, the man's done enough. He needs rest. I yield the rest of my time.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into a period of voting. Once again, secret ballots are going to be passed out. Write names down, bring them to the front, and we'll count them, and we know who's replacing Fiona. Woo!
Oh, you know what? That was. He does. Oh, yeah.
Does anyone else?
Yep. Yeah.
No. Okay. My husband is gonna kill me. No. Okay, so what happened? Okay. But I
Has everyone got it there? Yes, votes, bring them up, bring them up.
Okay. Yeah.
Check right now.
Oh.
Chili. Yeah, I'm letting it dry fast.
Just involves my
Yeah, we're not.
No, we are.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
There's apparently the staff.
I got a confirmation from the building.
There we go.
In person, we have over 11 persons, which means we're still.
What?
We still have to be 11 persons.
Still in person?
Yes.
It is. 15 plus
16 persons attendance plus 16 persons.
Isn't phone out just has to show up?
I've been up so long, it's time to get another meal.
Everyone who's eligible.
So what's open right now?
Subject chairs and
One thing I did not identify, that's
we're really to find out how many persons are senators. Like how many.
Yeah, and then find out how many associates are here without central. Whatever the hell. I know, but business school, there's like 3 now. Zoom doesn't show up, so. And Giamatti's doing whatever the hell I don't know, worshiping the Shah or something. I don't know. So I think we have one more left, and that's under the constitutionally required stuff. I don't think we get a choice. At this point, it's an accessibility concern.
They all have I got
I think this is nearly the second longest sentence. Good morning, America. Welcome back.
I'm going to be bringing the candidates back in, so if we want to return to our seats.
Yes, that's why I said yes. That wasn't that long ago. It was like not the 52nd episode. I believe it was like the 51st. Yeah, but not this long. It's your midnight.
Oh, Jesus, it is.
No, it's not. I don't know what we're talking about.
If we get the last call, bar time, I'm leaving.
Thank you for that point of information. With that, congratulations, Chair Luna.
You got this.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Felicity Luna,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students
of the Associated Students
of Colorado State University
of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my
to the
ability.
best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Awesome. With that, we're going to go into the election of the Budgetary Affairs Chair. Do I see any nominations? Senator Diggs.
I nominate Jared McLaughlin.
Jared, do you accept? Awesome. Any other nominations? Seeing none, Jared.
All right, I'm just gonna get right to this. Hello everyone. For anyone I haven't met yet, my name is Jared McLaughlin. I served as the Budgetary Affairs Chair since February within the 54th Senate. I am running for this position again to continue the work I started in the 54th Senate in the 55th Senate. I can skip this part because there's no other candidates. I have experience managing budgets for other RSOs, fall many concerns there, but also, most importantly, I've been in this position before. The ASCSU budget is very complex and confusing, and it's really important, in my opinion, this position is the most important position for experience. I already know our accounting team, I've worked with them a lot, I know how the budget operates, so I can fulfill any responsibilities that require that knowledge very well. Yeah, this past year I was able to pass legislation that mandates transparent fiscal and spending reports for ASCSU, as well as requiring more public input in the budget process. I would like to use this position to fully realize those efforts in the upcoming year. I believe there's a lot of work to be done regarding budgetary processes and financial management within ASCSU, and this is a task I'm excited to take on. As chair, I will work to increase institutional infrastructure to create systems that work smoothly for all members of ASCSU. I will ensure that the Budgetary Affairs Committee can fulfill its duties to review all spending and conduct financial oversight on our organization. And most importantly, I will work to ensure every member of the Senate has the knowledge they need to make smart, rational decisions regarding funds. I appreciate all the people I've worked with over the past year. I've really enjoyed the Budgetary Affairs Committee in the 54th Senate, and I'm looking forward to doing the same in the 55th Senate. To answer Enoch's inevitable questions, upholding principles of DEI, I plan to ensure that information and resources regarding financial processes are available to all senators. I think that the complexity of ASCSU finances can be intimidating to some people, especially those that do not feel fully comfortable in this space. I want to serve as a resource for all senators to ask questions to, so anyone with a cause they would like to appropriate money towards feels comfortable doing so. I'm aware that as a white man, I have innate biases, but I am always open to learning and always open to criticism on any mistakes I might make. And second question, work-life balance. My schoolwork will actually be much lower this upcoming year. I was taking 4 classes this semester. Next semester, I will be taking 1, in addition to research work, so I will actually have more time. Additionally, I like doing the financial work. Or for me, it's kind of a good break from scientific work. For those of you that don't know, I'm also a graduate student that does scientific research for the university as a job. So having that switch up of tasks really helps me with keeping me sane. I'm done.
Thank you. Moving into Q&A.
Only one question because you answered the other two. Finances, money, confusing, broad. How will you make the budget basically, what is your plan to make the budget not only more equitable for the student body, but also more transparent and accessible for the student body?
This ties into the Lex I was able to pass last Senate session, Lex 5418. This mandates public fiscal and spending reports. So a fiscal report is basically a detailed breakdown of the budget that we will approve this week. I plan to translate the current form of the budget from a very big and complex Excel spreadsheet to one that is a document that has easy to understand divisions, numbers, things of that nature, showing changes over the years and exact breakdowns by line item and positions. What was your other part of the question?
Making it accessible as a whole and transparent.
I think that answers it.
Yeah, we do. Previous question, if there is no one else.
Second.
There is someone else. Does it still stand as your motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead. We'll move into discussion debate. By Jared. Jared is not out of the room yet. Jared is now out of the room. To diversify, Senator Roberts.
I think we have all seen his ability to do this well. So with that being said, previous question.
Second.
Any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into coding. As there's just one person, we can do the Senator Cameron.
I'd like to motion to approve this candidate with unanimous consent.
Do I hear any dissent? Just to clarify, make sure you're saying to say. Cool, awesome, amazing. Hearing dissent, we'll go ahead and can someone say that into a mic?
I make motion to approve this candidate through placard vote.
Awesome. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Do I hear any dissent to using placard voting? Awesome. All those in favor of approving this candidate, please raise your placard. Thank you. Go ahead and put your placards down. All of those opposed, please raise your placard. Awesome. So, I don't know what it's saying, so let's zero the mic. Any abstentions, please raise your placard. Awesome. With a vote of 16 to 0 to 0, this candidate is approved. Wait to clap.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Jared McLaughlin,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Senator Minotti, not Senator Minotti.
Potential Senator Minotti. A motion to, can I make a motion to move the budget to the thing that we do now, next?
With that, I
will dissent to that motion if you make it.
Okay, so we know that dissent is a power. Do you still want to make the motion? We still have to do caucus renewals theoretically.
Can I move it to after caucus renewal? What? Is it already after caucus renewal?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Enoch, what's your motion?
Don't make a motion then.
Oh, okay. Senator Campbell.
I'd like to make a motion to put the caucus renewal of Women's and Social Justice Caucus, Accessibility Caucus, and Housing Caucus all on a slate.
Second.
Do I hear any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, they're on a slate now. Just to briefly review how caucuses get renewed. A senator has to make a motion for them to be renewed. There has to be a second, and then there has to be a third, and then we vote. It's simple majority. Got that? Cool. Awesome. So moving into caucus renewal with Women and Social Justice Caucus, Accessibility Caucus, and Housing Caucus on a slate. Do I hear a motion for it to be renewed? Senator Grenier.
Motion to renew the slate.
Awesome. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Third. Do I hear a third?
Third.
Awesome. Now let's vote. I say by placard. All those in favor, please raise your placard. Thank you. Go ahead and put this down. All those opposed, please raise your placard. I wonder how this vote will go. Any abstentions? Awesome. With that, we still have 3 of 4 of our caucuses. Moving into the renewal of the Student of the Oval Caucus. Do I see a motion for that caucus to be renewed?
Motion to renew the Students of the Oval Caucus.
Awesome. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have a third?
Third.
We'll go ahead and vote on this again by placard. All those in favor, please raise your placard.
Personal privilege, could we have a brief round of discussion and debate on the Students of the Oval Caucus renewal?
If you were to motion for discussion and debate to be added. Or for us to enter a period of discussion and debate to make that motion.
Can I make a motion for a 5-minute discussion and debate as to the renewal of the Students of the Oval Caucus?
Is there a second to that motion? Is there any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, we'll enter a 5-minute period of discussion debate over the renewal of the Student of the Oval Caucus by the first raised placard. I'll learn new people's names so soon.
Thank you so much. For a point of information for new people, can we go back over what Student of the Oval Caucus does?
Student of the Oval Caucus, looking around. Jakai, you created Student of the Oval Caucus. Can you briefly explain what it does?
Okay, great question. Students of the Oval Caucus was originally created to be an engagement, like an outreach opportunity for students to get involved with ASCSU. The caucus over the last, year and a half have dwindled in and out due to leadership changes and people being in this space were able to facilitate the caucus full time. But nonetheless, the program is supposed to, or not the program, but the caucus is supposed to be an entry point for students, and so it's to ideally give students a seat at the table the same way that we do. So that's a high level overview. So sorry.
Does that give a good enough? Awesome. Thank you, Jakai. With that, we'll enter that 5-minute period of discussion debate by first raised placard. Victoria.
I think one of the biggest things that we have talked about a lot is outreach within our students. And from my knowledge on this caucus, it seems that is kind of what is made to do. It's made to have outreach towards students and get them involved. So I'm in support of renewing this caucus.
Awesome. Thank you. Does anyone else have any discussion? Senator Cameron.
I love the idea of this caucus. Kind of similar to echo what Jakai said. It seemed like leadership was part of it, like just not having a person who could stay and sustain what it's intended to do. I would maybe like to see potentially us renew the caucus when we have, do we have just for like a straw poll, someone who's interested in sharing the caucus? Okay. All right. Then in that case, I'll yield.
Awesome. Does anyone else have any points of discussion or debate? Seeing none, we'll go ahead, go back to our motioning thing. We heard first, a second, and third, we were voting, correct? So let's go ahead and vote for this placard again. All those in favor, please raise your placard in terms of renewing this caucus. Technical difficulties. Raise them high, raise them high. Energy, energy. Thank you. You can go ahead and put those down. All those opposed, please raise your placard.
Yeah.
Okay. Any abstentions?
Did I get counted?
Yes.
Yes, most definitely. It was confirmed by the speaker before we collaborated. With a vote of 18-0 to 1, I think this is the majority for sure. And the student of the Oval Caucus is renewed. Thank you.
Speaker Reese, I would like to make a motion to add or put the election of the House Caucus Chair to right now. Second.
I would like to offer the point of clarification that the caucus chairs don't have to be ratified tonight, and there's still stuff on the agenda that we have to get done. But also, you do.
Point of information, a potential nominee has been here since 6:30,
Very
and I want her to focus right now.
Slick. Cool. Up to the body.
Second.
Second. Do I hear any dissent? Seeing none, someone gets to run. Yay. We'll go ahead and move into the election of the Housing Caucus Chair. Sorry, do I hear any nominations? Lord Davis.
I'd like to nominate Claire Van Goethe.
Exciting, exciting. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Cool, cool, cool. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, we'll go. You can.
Hi, my name is Claire Vanderventer. I'll go so super quick. I know we're all so tired. I'm currently a first year studying political science, economics, and Spanish at CSU, and I'm also a governmental affairs intern, and I've been regularly attending Housing Caucus since early last fall. And in my time at CSU and with the caucus, I've only begun to scratch the surface of what is I consider a critical housing crisis in Fort Collins, with Colorado's cost of living and rising housing prices, which are already 14% above the national average. CSU students often face impossible choices between affording housing, putting food on the table, and pursuing their degrees all at the same time. So far, I've seen the real impact the Housing Caucus has had in addressing these challenges, alongside Chair Davis, who has set a phenomenal example of what a chair represents, and fellow members. I worked on key initiatives like supporting residents of Prospect Plaza who have been at risk of being displaced from upcoming closures and remodeling. I've also been part of the collaborative effort to finalize the affordability report, which details what it truly costs to live as a student in Fort Collins. I'm also grateful for the chance I've had to learn from partnerships with organizations that have partners with Housing Caucus over the year that I've attended, demonstrating the power of collaboration in tackling these issues, especially. Housing Caucus has been an incredibly fulfilling space for me in my time at CSU and in ASCSU. As chair, I would continue the caucus's work advocating for students and their right to affordable housing. I plan to keep building upon affordability report, supporting its development into a comprehensive resource that students can rely on for clear, up-to-date information about housing options, costs, and tenant rights. I'm committed to advocating for students like those from Prospect Plaza who face the risk of displacement and are directly affected by the shortage of affordable housing in Fort Collins. Finally, I want to acknowledge that caucuses are open meetings that anyone can attend and contribute to, and I believe that this ultimately contributes to the diversity of voices that are included in these caucus meetings. And at heart, they are at its strongest when it is a collaborative effort, and I would like to continue advocating for Housing Caucus as this open meeting and hopefully advocate and incentivize for people to come and contribute their voices as well. With that being said, I plan to explore further partnerships with other organizations, not only within ASCSU and CSU, and I'm confident that establishing relationships with elected officials that work in affordable housing would also amplify student voices within the caucus and allow us to expand our advocacy efforts and gain a deeper understanding of the housing crisis on a broader scale. And yeah, in Housing Caucus has shown me the power of collective action, the importance of a diversity of voices, and the impact we can have when we come together over a shared goal. In whatever capacity I continue in this space, I am grateful for the experience I've had in the caucus regardless. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving into a period of Q&A, my first year's placard.
Work-life balance.
It is my first year here, and work-life balance has been something that I've paid extra close attention to. It is the first time I've ever carefully and closely used calendars and planners in my life, and I can't live without them now. But allocating my time, and especially to a space like this where I spent most of my time outside of my classes, I don't see it being an issue because my time here and my space being here is one of my priorities. So I don't see it as a problem, and I want to advocate for myself that I have both the motivation and ambition to make that time for them.
All right. Universities' ideals of diversity, equity, inclusion, as well as checking biases.
I would like to reemphasize that Housing Caucus meetings are open meetings that anyone can attend to. And I think that's one thing that we've been really pushing the last year is trying to get a diversity of voices in there, because ultimately we can't see the problem completely without having all that diversity of voices in which we can see all perspectives. So I think caucus meetings especially are really beneficial in that, and I would like to continue advocating for that diversity of voices and including everybody equitably. And repeat your second part of the question.
Checking biases.
Checking biases. I, again, like everyone else, I acknowledge that I do have personal biases. Again, in this space, I wouldn't consider myself the delegate of the space. I'm not delegating jobs to people or activities to people. I am meant to be there to facilitate. And so I think part of checking my personal biases in that is just taking a step back and realizing when listening is more important than speaking. And if I have a personal biases that would take me out of that, I can't think of one housing related. I'm also really tired, I apologize. I can't think of one housing related. But I think it's just about taking a step back and realizing when other people's voices are more important in that moment in time.
All right. Finally, Housing Caucus has done a lot of great work. Amazing caucus. Voices in the jelly. How do you plan to continue furthering the vocal work and relations within this position that has been established by our lovely Housing Caucus Chair, Lauren Measley?
So a couple points I'll hit on again. The affordability report is something that we're still working on finalizing, and I think there's a couple ways I'd want to continue that. Not only finalizing it so that it is again a comprehensive report of what it truly looks like to live in Fort Collins as a student financial wise. And also just looking at other ways that we can collect data and other ways that we can see those different perspectives, and just seeing the ways that we can garner resources for that, and also what sections we can add to that. So that's something that's a work in progress that I would plan on spending a lot of time on. And then again, it's just about advocating for student voices like those from Prospect Plaza. Obviously, there could be another Prospect Plaza or another similar issue next year that our attention will be drawn to. But I think it's just about seeing where students need our help the most, and seeing where students are having housing problems, and where a caucus, like where they could have discussions that would really benefit them, where that would come in for them, and what we could do for them. So I think it depends on the situation. Housing caucus can be pretty fluid, I would say.
Neat. Previous question.
Second.
Any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into a period of discussion debate. Please step outside real quick. Commissioner's placard.
Seeing as this is the only candidate, I would like to make a motion to elect them to unanimous consent.
We're currently still in the period of discussion and debate. So first we have to end the period of discussion and debate before we can move on to like how we felt. Senator Green.
Motion to previous question.
Awesome. Do we hear a second?
Second.
Awesome. Any dissent? Now you can make your motion.
Motion to elect the candidate with unanimous consent.
Do I hear any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, we'll elect this candidate by unanimous consent. Does anyone dissent? Hearing none, this is our new Housing Caucus Chair, Ellie Kiefer. Ellie's already on their way.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Claire Vanderventer,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
With that, we'll be moving into, I believe, new business, starting
I
with.
will pull 5501 from the agenda and motion to add that in the emergency session on Friday because we don't absolutely have to see that tonight and I think they'll work.
Awesome. Then we'll be moving into resolution 5502.
Can I have a point of information? So if we have a Lex introduced on Friday and we can't constitutionally have a meeting the following week, but it needs at least a week. So then we have an emergency session the first week after the semester ends.
I would have to be in contact with my legislative cabinet. That's a decision of legislative cabinet whether or not we.
Because like say Alexa has CRC protections might make a big difference if the next 100 days of the presidential administration that we're under are anything like the first 100.
Yes.
See the.
If you want to write something and send it to me for me to share with legislative cabinet, I'm more than willing to do so in terms of emergency sessions or that if I like. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Resolution 5502, supporting the Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere.
This resolution expresses student support for continued funding of the Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere.
Pretty self-explanatory as the Cooperative Institute for Research of the Atmosphere is the lab I work at. It is currently being threatened by the presidential administration to be eliminated, resulting in the loss of about 150 CSU scientists, and that would do work ranging from hurricanes, tornadoes, wildfire, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to explain this more on Friday. I will motion to, I'm going to end my introduction and then motion to previous question.
Second.
Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, this in theory, let's say, is getting sent to university affairs. Awesome. We'll now be moving into Bill 5505, approval of the 2025-2026 budget for the Associated Students of Colorado State University. That's an embarrassing thing to turn off.
Can I have another point of information?
Yes.
What do you mean theoretically sent to? Is it or is it not?
It's being sent to you, but it's going to have to end up being pulled in terms of the emergency session if it wants to be read, which I'm assuming based off of oh my gosh, you're Chairman Laughlin again. I'm not messing up anymore. Amazing. As Chairman Laughlin said, Friday, the emergency session will have to be pulled from committee. I'm assuming committees aren't going to meet within that time. Unless they do, then they get to go to committee, which is why it's theoretical in that. Awesome. With that, the budget. Madeline, can you come up here to make sure that we have all the budget documents we need of them?
Okay. I believe this is what was sent in the weekly email, but we probably want the live one. Well, if it's this, but certain speak edits.
Hi, thank you for staying past midnight to do this, man. The commitment is
I'm tired and I know this is the process. Since it was fun. Yeah. Yeah, because this does not have all the tabs on the PDF. So here's what I would do. This is kind of a bummer because you're still won't really be able to see to do it this way. But then you just have to have a really good control for what you're looking at versus the live version. So just want to make sure. There. So I would just keep this down here because we're going to work off of this, and then if there's any floor edits, then you have the version, and then actually let me go. Because I just realized we're not going to be able to save. We're not. This is an hour document. So that anything that are made on floor edits aren't made on your copy. Because now it's a part of legislation. Does that make sense? If we do that, and anything on there,
We should be able
bill.
we all just say yes to changes.
Oh, you have a. Oh, we had other things. That's why. Okay. Budget amendments template or budget amendments final. That was a couple things. Check out the last in my sentence was called. And we need the actual. Okay, gotcha. But we're okay. So we might potentially but they're on.
Chair McLaughlin, can you come to the front, please?
I think we got it. Don't worry
What?
Actual bill for the.
That's far too late for any sort of discussion.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I think if no one's in opposition, I think we can just do what we did with the job description. So have our discussion on Friday. Stipulation of this.
Where's our actual bill though?
Yeah.
No, tell me that's not.
Well, the budget's pretty good already. So I hate to tell you something.
It's not. Are you,
So if someone can convince me otherwise.
just the budget.
It's back on Friday. If it's still set 20 hours.
Like this? Like a gander?
It's up 20 hours. Unless it's red, like further.
Appreciate you checking this and reading it. Congratulations, sir. Yeah. Like it.
Don't have a no bill. What are we doing? Did they send them last week? They did, didn't they? The actual bill?
The bill was
What's the number with doesn't matter. But it's not this one. Nope. They didn't send them last week, or did they?
Oh, which next budgetary affairs?
Why would they be their edits? I'm looking at the title as committee edits. Didn't we get sent somewhere? But okay, so then I don't have any edits. We were sent something beforehand, right?
It was amazing. Yeah. I'd actually rather have Aaron.
Longbow, here we go.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But it needs to get. That's when we can do it. Yeah.
At least not the mental state. Not the mental state.
So Hayden, are you gonna watch Buffalo Stray Dogs? I really think you should. I'm telling you, all of them have abilities based on authors, and one of them is the Great Gatsby. It's really cool. I'm serious. It's really cool. And even Edgar Allan Poe.
This man has only seen Pokemon and Dragon Ball. You have only seen Pokemon and Dragon Ball. I know you don't. You haven't even seen Pokemon or Dragon Ball. This man has never been in anime.
It's time to start. It's never too late.
Okay, but let's ease him in.
Oh, Bulbasaur is the perfect person.
You can read
Like, but you say that's not an intellectual.
Like how it's got access to it. No.
Oh, my first anime was in the
It's not like you want my credit. Also,
Funny response.
you should watch back. Oh, and hear what I have
That's
to
a
say.
really good one.
I plan on watching that. I'd like to.
Probably another day, like maybe you don't have to stay up all night and hyper obsessed.
I might. I don't know. I'm already up pretty late. I passed my bedtime.
I will throw hands for anyone who gets
My phone's on the computer.
Since you don't-
Real quick.
two.
That's your return.
It wasn't sent out.
Oh, my bad.
Three. It was
It wasn't just one to say that.
We can cross any. Let's
Oh, did you take that?
Okay. It's gonna be 55 or what? No, we didn't. No. No, it's still gonna be. Sorry. The Constitution said it doesn't get or while the Constitution says it doesn't. The science said nothing.
No.
It just doesn't happen. Okay, what's the number?
5505.
Just kidding. So I'm gonna have to freeze it since I'm gonna have to save it and do the stuff with it. I'm gonna do it. And then we can also put it on TV. Alright, 5505. Whoa, too many.
I would tomorrow.
Okay, Jakai is going to have to read this info. You can also have our new parliamentarian put in work. He is also able to do that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. If you don't want to read anything out loud, you can put it on a personal purpose. Yes. This is why I get paid.
I'm gonna sob. I'm gonna sob and cry and sob.
It'll be fine. You learn something new every day. If you've taken my training, yes. We're making just
Y'all, we have the bill pulled up for the budget, so if you could go ahead and return to your seats.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
If it's the same, is it what's on the template? Yes, then no. If you have different names than what's on the template, yes.
Right. Hi, everybody. Hi, all. Hi, all. We're
we're gonna go ahead and get started with this bill. It's approval of the 2025-2026 budget for the Associated Students of Colorado State University. This was written by me, Jakai Nunley, President-elect-ish of the Associated Students of Colorado State University, Joseph Godshaw, Vice President of the Associated Students of Colorado State University, Braxton Deeds, Student Body Vice President, Lauren Johnson, not collaborated with, but sponsored by Braxton Deeds, Student Body Vice President, Lauren Johnson, Deputy Director of Basic Needs. This is endorsed by Sophie Nanaman, Deputy Director of Finance, Georgia White, Director of Basic Needs, Nicholas DeSalvo, Student Body President, Yasmin Enriquez, Director of Marketing, Ava Wilkins, Director of Governmental Affairs. The abstract of this bill is the bill seeks to receive Senate approval for the 2025 to 2026 budget for the Associated Students of Colorado State University under the Nutley Godshaw administration. Whereas the President shall prepare an executive budget which shall be submitted to the Senate for deliberation and appointment with no more than 22% of the total budget expenditures allocated for salaries, excluding the ASCSU administrative assistant, any non-ratified positions as defined by Article 1, Section 106B. So the budget proposal is listed below here. I'll come back to that. But the budget proposal is listed below. Two formats, an overview and then a line item overview and a link to the budget itself in Teams. We're going to come back to that. Therefore, be it hereby resolved or enacted that this is now the 55th, my apologies, that the 55th Senate of the Associated Students of Colorado State University approved the 2025 to 2026 ASCSU budget. Therefore, be it hereby further enacted or resolved or enacted that the following shall be an example of an enacted clause that endorses a document presented to the Senate, such as this will say 55th Senate of the Associated Students of Colorado State University officially endorsed so that's not supposed to be there, that's copy and pasted. And then therefore be it hereby further resolved or enacted that these are the people that be sent to. All right. Let's go back and read it down. I'm going to present to you the overall snapshot, and then we can do the line item budget after that, how it's later in here. I'm here at 12, so we're all going to have to be here at 12 and engaged in this. I'm so sorry. So we can all come back up here to the front. All right, so the snapshot of ASCSU's executive cabinet spending, it's $176,000. This is around $7,000 less than what ASCSU's executive cabinet operated with this year. The executive cabinet this year operated with a total, so their total right here this year was $203,000. We are unfortunately nowhere near that number. The ASCSU general for things that we spend on student readership, administrative costs, Rocky Mountain student media, and then Senate discretionary totals, almost $1 million. It is $959,000, anything that is classified under office supplies is IT infrastructure, copy expenses, maintenance, office supplies, telecom, phone, networking, discretionary here. Totals about $20,000. In payroll, we're around $400,000. The allocation to executive cabinet of $187,200, court of 43, Senate around 37, administrative professional, student hourly around 123, and then other 7,000. Oh, and then there's the bill that's committed to increase front desk salary. The allocation of ESOP is $175,000. The allocation of travel grant is $25,000. And the SFRB approved expenses, because we did not get an increase this year, is $1.75 million. So that is what we have been approved to spend in student fees for SFRB. All right, our next page gives a line item of the executive, and how we broke, it's blurry, this is not in 4K.
Just a quick point, since the line item budget was sent in the weekly email, does the speaker think we still need to read it, since technically this was sent in the weekly email with the title budget bill?
I think in terms of accessibility, it's past midnight, so if the body is willing to give me thumbs up, I'm not wanting to read it. I'm willing to take the opinion request. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Awesome. You don't have to read it.
Perfect. All right. Well, that concludes me reading that. All right, lovely. Thank you all.
Awesome. With that, we'll now be entering a period of Q&A on this piece of legislation. Communication is placard. Neil.
I am going to have two questions, one and straightforward. First off, we're between the time of the current budget town hall and this final iteration. I know that you attended the budget town hall and explained this lovely budgetary breakdown that you had. I'm assuming you also got feedback during that, and are there any planned changes for this? Since I know this was already sent in a weekly email for that budget town hall.
Point of information, we directed students to come and give gallery input and to put feedback in a form, so when we get to discussion and debate, I'm pulling it up now, we'll go through the feedback.
So it hasn't, and none of that has reached the resident Nunley's eyes and ears yet?
Not yet, no.
All right, that answers that question. The secondary question, which is the one that's also pertinent a little bit to me. Were you in discussions with the budget passingly, glancingly, with Speaker-elect, now Speaker, Madam Speaker Brokries and/or Speaker Emeritus Taylor?
No.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to motion the previous question.
Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into a period. Wait, not into voting. This will be sent. What's the one that I have done yet? DEI. This will be going to DEI. Oh yeah, budgetary. Midnight's not a time to be in this room. Thank you, Jakai. It'll be sent to DEI. Moving into the next piece of legislation, which doesn't exist. With that, ending roll call. Senator Roberts.
I move to use our beginning roll call as ending roll call on anyone who showed up late to go to the front and add your name to the list.
Do I hear a second? Any dissent? Hearing none, we adjourn.